her call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's over at the safe haven. You're checking 12, we'll check that one out.
6 Rumble, 6-1 Charlie, get shot.
There we go. There we go. Come on, StreamYard. There we go. Turn on your music. Thank you, StreamYard. Thank you, everybody. Oh, my Lord. Whoa, and it's even showing this already. I did not even... Unfortunately,
Wow.
I didn't want to start the show like that, but...
That's okay. It's Friday night, and...
Let's go back to that.
We're wildin'.
Let's go back to that.
I've been watching that all day long.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the breaking news, everybody. If you didn't know already, they found her body.
Oh, they did find her body?
Yeah, they just found it a little bit ago. This was from a half hour ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's official. It's official. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I thought what I was watching was, current, recent, but I guess I missed that. Jeez.
Well, I mean, you know, the dad, he got apprehended, and then shortly after that, because you don't ever hear a press conference where, investigators telling the people at the press conference that that they felt that she was passed. Usually you don't hear that. So when I heard that, it was pretty obvious that they had some kind of information that was like pretty obvious of
right.
Yeah. So,
yeah. I know, I had my opinions from the beginning, and I still have opinions that I probably won't share publicly, but oh man, that's heartbreaking. I've been trying to keep up because it's, closer to my neck of the woods. But it's scary. My daughter is going to graduate from high school this year. And basically I have purposely not had anybody in my life from the time I was divorced. Dated a few people, but not seriously, because I didn't want, I was terrified of something happening to my kids. My sons were older, but she was small. And so, it was like, I felt like I needed to make that commitment because you don't know people, CJ. You just don't.
Oh, I feel you. When I had custody, I rarely ever brought anybody around the house. It had to be something pretty serious, for you to even come around the children.
Yeah.
That was something, I don't know. That's just how I did it. Because, I don't know. I was more afraid of her experiencing what she experienced from her mother, because I don't know. It was you just don't know people. You know what I mean? It's, yeah.
Right. Because he didn't have a history, right? I think that's what I heard. He didn't have like charges of, stuff before. Um, it's not like other cases that we've seen where they have a history of, I can't say any of the words, but they have to register, as being an offender.
Mhm.
And, you see these women in relationships with people who have this kind of history. And then, you turn around, something happens, and you're like, oh boy, you didn't see that coming. That's what I want to say. But as far as I heard, this guy did not have those kind of charges before. So, that's what's even more scary.
Well,
You don't know who you're bringing home.
the first charge always starts somewhere. It's just
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
it's unfortunate. It's wolves in sheep's clothing. That's what it is. It's unfortunate that it even exists out there. But
Yeah.
that's the breaking news for tonight. When it comes to that, thank you everybody for hopping in. Appreciate you and your golden tickets. Thank you, Kelly Miller. Love the music. Thank you. I gotta get some time. I'm gonna try this weekend to see if I can make a new mix for the very beginning. What's up, Gary? Thank you for hopping in. Yeah, so it was when you hear investigators have a press conference and they say, yeah, they feel that it's pretty much, that's what it is.
Right.
It's never a good sign. It always means they have something.
Yeah.
Whoa, the names are showing up in. Whoa, StreamYard. They just updated. Look at this on StreamYard. I don't know. You'll have to check it. Do you use StreamYard still, or are you using something else? It looks
I
like.
use Emacs.
Oh, so it shows my mods in blue.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Oh, you see it too? You see it too?
Yeah.
Isn't that cool? StreamYard? What the hell?
Good deal.
It's got the mods of blue. I was like, why are some people showing up? You got green, black, and blue. Nice. You got green for the members, black for the subs, and blue for the mods. That's awesome.
Yeah. Way to go. Yeah, I don't know what it is with my computer. It just was, or maybe it's where I'm at. StreamYard kept crashing and doing all kind of stuff. And so I changed, and I went back to EBMux. I'm on the paid version. And so far, it's doing pretty good.
Yeah. I do need to. Oh, it's just a lot to try and transfer, a whole production over to something. It's I'll have to.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe I'll fool around with it on my lounge channel or something. Maybe we could do that. Yeah, it's very sad.
And the thing is, EBMux and StreamYard are built very similar, very, very similar. But there are some things about StreamYard that EBMux doesn't do that I absolutely love. But on the other hand, EBMux has some great apps that integrate in there that you can do some wild stuff. I always forget when I'm streaming because I'm so serious and I'm talking and I forget to do all the fun things you can do with it.
Wild thing with Silky. What's up, Golf? How are you doing tonight?
Hey, good evening, everybody.
Good
Hey,
evening.
Golf.
Hi, how are you guys?
What's up, Gambit?
Good.
Hey, chat.
Hey, thank you
Good
for
to
hopping
see
in.
you, everybody.
Yeah. What a crazy show we had last night. It was
It was
Yeah,
fun.
I know. It was. I went back and watched it today. I don't usually rewatch stuff, even my own stuff. But I went back. I was like, man, what did we talk about? And so I went through there and I was like, oh my gosh, this was so much fun.
it was like I felt like making like a stamp that says comedy hour too, just in case we have some, because it's on the fly. We don't know. We never plan it. So
Yeah, I hope chat enjoyed it too.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been getting a lot of good feedback, just not even expecting, just like, Man, what that was so fun. Just lots of laughs. So I'm glad that I'm glad that everybody got a kick.
Yeah.
I had a follow-up question from yesterday. I was hoping um sorry, I forgot the name. My memory sometimes blanks out.
Are you good?
Who was here last night? What's her
Oh,
name?
Yoli.
Yoli. Yes, sorry, Yoli. Oops. I was hoping she would jump on because I had a follow-up for one of
I
the
haven't seen
things
her.
we talked about
Hold on,
yesterday.
Let me see if she's. Hold on.
Because we were talking about medical records.
Yeah.
And it was sort of an important question. I was like, oh, I hope she comes on because she would probably be able to answer that.
Let me see. Yeah, because I've been trying to. Let me try email. Because I've been trying to get everybody to Discord so that way. Because it's like so much easier to.
Yeah. I'll try to join. I haven't joined Discord yet. Not been on there, so I'll figure it out.
It's confusing, but
Yes.
it is very convenient at the same time. Like
It
very
really
convenient.
is.
It
Yeah.
really is. That's why it's worth the headache sometimes when you're trying to. The best thing I can suggest to anybody is use a tablet or a PC, because a phone, if you're trying to use it for the first time, good luck. Good luck. Good luck with the phone. Try
Yeah.
it on a PC or a tablet first, then go to the phone, and then it won't be so. I wish they would kind of suggest that, because it does. It helps when you you figure it out on the tablet or the PC, and then it's like you go to the phone. Okay, now I know how to navigate some things, even if it is a little bit harder
Mhm.
even on the phone. I don't know. I wish they'd update the phone. What's up, Crime Talk with Corinne? How are you doing tonight? Yeah, I haven't seen her hop in.
Oh.
She
I
might be
haven't
busy with
either.
some cases. She might be busy with some cases. We were all chatting in the everyone chat. We have a community chat for the show where everybody just tosses ideas and thoughts and theories and things like that. It's a great discussion, and she was in there earlier, and we were all chit chatting about some stuff.
Oh, okay.
But she said she had to go, so I don't know if she was busy.
Oh.
So
Well, it's Friday night. Some people have Friday night parties.
Yeah.
Even though we don't.
Not me. I got
Not
work.
me. I've got to work tomorrow, so I'll have to leave a little bit earlier than close, but
Oh, you go. That's all right. Yeah, so I wanted to cover that, but we already kind of covered it accidentally in the intro there. That if you guys haven't heard, I'll go ahead and switch the screen over to it, and it'll talk about what's going on here with this latest update.
We have a heartbreaking update tonight in the search for a missing teenager. The body of 13-year-old Madeline Soto has now been found. Osceola County Sheriff's Office search teams found her remains off Hickory Tree Road around 4:30 this afternoon. Tonight, her mother's boyfriend, the prime suspect, is behind bars.
We have live team coverage for you tonight. Paula Tristan Arruda is at a vigil being held for Maddie near Hunter Creek Middle School, where she went to school. But first, Luana Munoz is live for us in St. Cloud, where her remains were found. Luana.
Yeah, that's right. We are right now located at East Earlo Bronson Memorial Highway and Hickory Tree Road. You can see just behind me over my shoulder here, those are deputies, police officers. They have blocked off the roadway. There's no way anyone is getting back through that area tonight. And as you can see, this is a very remote area, again, where the body of Madeline Soto was found. And we are told that her family has been notified of the discovery this evening. Now, I want to read you a quote that we received just tonight from Kissimmee Police.
And what day did she go missing here?
Monday. She had her 13th birthday party on Sunday, and then they said they took her to school, but we find out that didn't actually happen. That's when they said around 4 o'clock Monday is when the mother discovered that she did not go to school.
Just out of the textbook of frickin' McDougal. Right out of the textbook of McDougal, man.
Police Chief Betty Holland, she said, quote, "It is with heavy heart that I inform everyone that as we expected, Madeline Soto is deceased. I am thankful that she was found and for the coordinated efforts of the Kissimmee Police Department, St. Cloud Police, Orange County Sheriff's Office and the Osceola County Sheriff's Office that were able to bring some closure to this family. This is a sad day for our community, and we mourn the loss of such a young life. Now, all of this started on Monday. If we remember, let's take you through a timeline here. When Madeline's mother first reported her missing, that was after Madeline's mother's boyfriend had apparently or allegedly dropped her off at school that morning. Now, meanwhile, a full search was launched to try and find.
Yeah, and he was sitting there pleading and shit, you know. What a sick individual, man.
Then on Wednesday, Madeline's mother's boyfriend, Stefan Stearns, was arrested. Detectives found child sexual abuse content on his phone and said that they believe that he was the one engaging in that abuse. And they also believe that he tried to delete that material from his phone. Then on Thursday, forensic units were seen at Madeline's home in Kissimmee, taking objects from there. Now, we knew that detectives were assigned to specific locations to search for Madeline's body. That was last night, or to try and still search for her. And as we can see, this was the end result of that. They have found her remains, her body this evening, and her family has been notified. Coming from Chief Betty Holland, she says that at this time, the Kissimmee Police Department will not be answering any more questions or releasing any more information, but we are getting some word that we may be hearing from the Osceola County Sheriff this evening. We may be hearing from him. I want to put an emphasis on maybe. So, of course, we're going to keep you guys updated throughout the night. We are going to remain out here and remain with our team coverage this evening.
Well, if there is an update, you know, where, you know, the whoever is going to pop on, let me know. And whatever we're talking about tonight, we'll skip to that for the breaking news. So we can hear what the update is. She said maybe. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me read it just a skosh.
But we are getting some word that we may be hearing from the Osceola County Sheriff this evening. We may be hearing from him. I want to put an.
So if you see something pop up from the Osceola Sheriff, let us know. If you're on Discord and you're part of the group, drop it in the community chat, and I'll just pull it up right from that. And we'll cut to that. It is SM. It's getting...
Yeah.
Because of social apps is what it is. There's a video I wanted to share. Yeah. I came across it. I mean, hell, we might as well play it because I came across this the other day. It's about like making sure that your children's apps aren't on shareable locations. Hold on 1 second. It was a couple days ago.
Yeah, it makes it so easy for and the thing of it is I just saw something on my Apple phone. You know, Apple phones update all the time, and I was not looking for I was looking for actually how to connect something with my Apple phone. And in there, in the video, they said, hey, if you have updated and there's a thing on here, please, you know, you want to turn this off. And I'm like, well, holy Moses, you know, yeah. I didn't, things, they put new things on there. And I'm like, it made me really mad. And I can't even remember what it's called right now, y'all. But it made me mad because they don't tell you. And if you have a child with an iPhone, as I do, you know, it's given the location. It's another little thing. It's called something weird, but it shows your location. And I'm like, that was very unnerving because they don't tell you, hey, if you don't turn this off, people are going to know where you're at. Because it's not the regular.
A lot of the time before you can even access the app, you have to click allow for your microphone, your camera, your contacts, who knows what else you have to click allow
right,
in order to even access it. So they might even be having a live stream going on and not even know about it, you know. And it's so dangerous. It really is.
It is.
And they're so tricky with it, and that's, you know, that's the thing with these predators, is that's what they do, is they figure out these workarounds and these tricky ways to get access. It's and it's so easy for them. They used to be. I mean, think about it. Before apps, they used to have to be in a car. They used to have to walk.
Right.
Now they just sit at home. They don't have to go nowhere. They can just sit at home. They can sit anywhere they want and try and act. It is scary when those
Yeah.
So this is a video. I don't know. I just came across it. I figured I'd share it one day. Why not today?
Story doesn't leave you feeling a little uneasy. I don't know what will. There's a new survey that finds that children who share their phone location publicly are being contacted by strangers at an increasing and alarming rate. According to a survey by Cox Mobile, at least 31% of children and teens were contacted by strangers. 28% of the time, the stranger referenced the child's location specifically.
Wow.
Think about it. More than half of parents have their children's location.
Oh, you're
turned
by
on.
Burger
We do it to
King.
keep track of them, right? In addition, despite parents saying social
Right.
media apps increase safety risks, at least 60% allow their children to have them on their phones. The good news here is the survey also found that the majority of parents are talking to their children about phone safety several times a week, check their screen time, their text messages, and their phone calls received daily. Here to help us tackle technology and some of the risks it is posing in our kids and our own lives, Deborah Heitner. Thanks and welcome back to you. So stranger danger, if our kids have their locations turned on, how specifically are strangers locating them 31% of the time again, and then contacting them?
There's a bunch of ways strangers can be locating you if you're sharing your posts publicly and your posts are located and tagged. There are people who are using an app like Snapchat and they have their maps turned on and a lot of contacts can see them. And the more contacts you have, the more people you may be sharing with. For the most part, location sharing is supposed to be something just your contacts can see, but there's varying user experience and also a lot of things default to the most public possible settings. So unless you're being intentional about setting up your apps to not share publicly or not share with, all of your contacts, you may be sharing with more people than you think.
So paint a picture of the predator here when we're talking about strangers online. Who is targeting kids?
Hello.
Well, it could be really anyone, and it may not be someone specifically targeting kids with a plan of abducting or harming kids. It may be people just testing out to see who responds. It may be that they're being targeted for a phishing scam. It may be that people are just, messing around at a large event to see who they can get to respond to them. There's all kinds of things going on, but it's important for kids to understand that predominantly we want them to use devices to communicate with people they already know. If they're doing something like a public gaming server, they should exercise significant precautions, especially if someone starts asking personal questions. And even if someone sends you a note and it seems like it's just a wrong number, you don't necessarily want to engage with that because then you're starting down a process of engaging with someone you don't know.
In your expertise, in your research, do you find that kids know how to detect inappropriate behavior and then take it a step further, know who and how to report it?
Maybe.
They know that things are wrong. And a lot of kids, especially girls and women, tell me that they get creepy direct messages from strangers, but they don't necessarily think about reporting it because they take for granted that that's kind of part of the price of the ticket of being on social media. So I think we need to
should
raise
never
kids and
be.
teenagers awareness that no one has the right to contact them without permission or without them intentionally sharing their contact information. And that if someone does send a harassing or a creepy direct message, it is a problem and they may want to look at their settings, they may want to report it. The challenge is getting the tech companies to be responsive to those reports as well and to make sure to prioritize users.
Exactly.
Right. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's not part of the ticket. It's not part of the gig.
No,
It should never be part of the gig.
This should be a total responsibility on Facebook, on Snapchat. There should be like an age limit. Basically, and not age limit as far as you can get on there. You can get on there, but there should be restrictions.
The connections.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there's just like, this is horrible. This is targeting children. It makes me sick. I don't even want to get into it. I feel very sickened by, like, I see people target children.
Mhm.
I don't know what I would do with them. I
Oh,
really
you know what
don't.
I mean? Yeah, for
Yeah,
real.
Yeah.
that's how I feel.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah, it
It's
makes
Yeah.
me
Me
mad.
too.
it's the truth. It's the truth. And like, it is never part of the gig. And like, yeah, they should have something where there's an age limit. Like, if you want to be a certain age, you can conversate with kids, kids, hey, then you can be friends with your cousins and all this other stuff, right? But when it comes to adults, unless there's like a mom dad setting code where it's like, yes, this is my daughter, here's your code from the mom's account, then you can link it up or whatever. The mom can link it up that way, some kind of passcode between the two. And then after that, no, you're 32 years old. There's no damn reason you need to be messaging a 12-year-old.
Exactly.
No.
If
But I'll
they
tell
need
you.
to, yeah, sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
No, I mean, they just need to be responsible. Like, I wouldn't allow, if I was the government, I would say, Facebook, Snapchat, all of you, none of you can have any new updates on anything until you come up with a solution for this.
Mhm.
That's it. Put your
Mhm.
foot down on this. Like,
Mhm.
there's absolutely nothing more important at this point in time, because it's happening more and more. And you're gonna go after every person? It's impossible.
You can't.
Instead, you have to go after where you can control it. And
Right.
that's
Yeah.
it. No more
Where
updates for you until you come up with a solution. No
right.
more soup for
Yeah.
you.
Then
I'll be the soup
they
Nazi.
would come up with one real.
I
They'd
love
come
the
up
soup
with one by
Nazi.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
They would
Yeah.
come up with one by tomorrow. That's for sure. They'd be
Yeah.
like,
Oh, they
oh,
would. Absolutely, they would. There
Mhm.
would be solution faster than the speeding light. And
Mhm.
actually, there probably is one already, but it might be,
Mhm.
not profitable. Let's just say that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they got the key. One person has the key for the
Yeah,
button, like the nuke for the president.
exactly.
Oh, we got the call, sir. Okay. Bloop, boom, bam.
Yeah.
It's already put
And
up.
those people doing it should, for the rest of their life, wear a vest says, "I'm a child molester."
Yes.
Well, they used
Yes.
to have
Everywhere.
the pink license plates, which I'm a fan of.
Yeah.
I think it's a great idea. Because what stands out more than a pink license plate?
'Cause there's no coming
Yeah.
back. I'm sorry, there's no rehabilitation from that.
No.
There's no
No.
rehabilitation from that.
And at the same time, as easy as it's to type in Google Burger King near me, we can also be typing in SOs near me too, and the same
Yeah.
will
Mhm.
populate. They both populate locations.
Mhm.
So we also have to be aware too, because some of
Yeah.
these parents, they don't. With some of these cases, they're not even really aware.
Ooh, this started
No.
off strong.
Yeah.
CJ.
I tell you what, though, the government, I'll just be honest with you, they're not going to get involved because, I mean, let me see. Let me be careful. Let me go back to the Epstein case, where you had a senator saying, and that was a lot of children, minors, and you had a government official saying, yeah, they don't want to release the list because basically he said it's going to involve all these members of Congress and my peers. Like, I did a show on this. And it's like, okay, so our government officials so are they going to vote for anything that says, to keep the locations of minors private? No, they're not going to. The sickness goes all the way to the top.
Money.
And unfortunately, yeah, it's money and it's
Kickbacks.
sickness. Yeah.
Yeah,
And then you have all these other people going to the island, your congressman.
Yep. And whether or not they participated, they knew about it. And that's the point.
Absolutely.
They knew about it and they could have stopped it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
Yeah.
it's an island.
Because
It's an
just
island.
because you don't participate, you knew about it.
Yeah.
That's all it takes. At least for me.
Whoa. What is this? Until age 26. New Florida law, kids can't be on
Wow.
social media until the age of 26.
I mean, that's a little bit.
Wow.
I think kids should be allowed to be there, but there should be restrictions. Absolutely.
I mean,
You need to come up
26. That's
Wow.
crazy.
because they want to talk to their little friends.
Well,
And
yeah,
that's understandable.
yeah.
And they'll
I mean,
find a way. They'll
there
find a
is
way.
apps geared
Yeah.
for that. Unfortunately, you look at the average. What's that one that Justice was covering where it's
Yubo.
app geared towards 13-year-olds
Yeah.
and the average age is what, 31 or something?
Yeah. That was
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was first the yellow app, and now it's called Yubo.
Yeah.
They changed their name, but
the average
it's
age
still the
is
same.
31, but it's for 13-year-olds.
And then they're still active and out there and profiting and doing their thing.
A lot of them are overseas. They have different laws.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if their headquarters is over there, hey, whatever.
Yeah.
So you want to be informative on television, then blast that.
Yeah.
Blast the names over and over again until people know about it, because I never heard of it, obviously.
Yeah, you can look up the stats on their own website. That's where we got seriously, that's where we got the stats that I'm repeating right now.
This should be blasted.
This
should be blasted all over.
Yeah, because it's in France.
Yeah.
It's in France. And the crazy thing is it even says on their website, because I even went to how to file a complaint, right?
Yeah.
Like a complaint about an assault or something that took place. And it even states in there that you are not able to contact them. You have to contact investigators, and then investigators have to figure out if it's worth it enough to contact the business that you're trying to accuse that of.
If they can listen in on our phones, they know damn well what's going on.
Exactly.
They make it. But they're allowed. Who knows? The internet is a dangerous place.
Yeah.
Can be.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Did you know that this? I guess they're calling. Scott Reich is calling Koberger the $10 million man. Is that what the Idaho4 case is costing? Because I know that it was a discussion. Yeah, I know it was a discussion.
I wonder if it's not going to be more. Like, if you think about,
I would think
how many years this is going to take.
I thought when I saw 10 million, I'm like, that doesn't seem like very much.
Doesn't.
Especially with experts and I mean, just DNA work has got to be.
I wonder how much the OJ trial was.
I think Shapiro said he still owed him like $7 or $8 million.
Good God.
So, and that's just Shapiro,
and
right?
that's it. Yeah, and that's in 95.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so a trial like that is more like what, 50 million?
I would think more, maybe 100 over.
Jesus, okay. I should have been a lawyer.
I know.
No, because you don't get to collect; they owe you.
Oh well, yeah.
Yeah,
you collect one. I mean, he made a name. He became a top lawyer. That's one way to collect.
You could write books. I mean, but you're sitting on that island of IOUs, and that can't be very fun because you're working with a rake instead of swimming in a lake. It's
well, maybe he got 2 million out of him or something. That's still something.
Maybe I would hope. I don't know. That is a good question. I wonder not how much he owes, but how much he got paid. That would be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, if anybody knows, look it up to see if the stats are out there. It'd be interesting to know because it's the same thing. But geez, it was like what, 30 years ago? So
yeah,
like the inflation of money alone, and then you have two economic nosedives in between.
Yeah,
so that shoots inflation up even more. So I bet you it's going to be, I would at least think 100 million. You think less? You guys think less?
I mean, I threw out 50, but I have no clue. I have no clue, honestly.
I don't either.
I don't think 10 million is enough, though.
No.
That's for sure.
No. Maybe for a part of the trial. Not Yeah, they go on a week-by-week basis, you
Yeah,
know?
because I don't honestly even know it's gonna happen next summer. The
You don't
trial.
Oh, you think it's gonna be longer than that?
I mean, honestly, yeah, judging from how they're speaking already.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Could be.
I don't know. I thought well, because last November, after that, I think it was the 5th of November, whatever that court hearing was. And
Maybe
that's when
Judge
I
will retire before this all comes to play.
Nah, he's not on the list yet.
Oh, he's not? Okay, I don't
No,
know how old he is.
they're all falling down. There's a couple more left. Mr. Green's gonna be retiring next,
Oh.
and Dollinger has to be named the police chief of Moscow for every fucking prediction that I've made to actually happen. It's crazy.
So you actually
But
checked into the ages and next in lines and
no,
no? Oh, okay.
no, Golf. This is just intuition. This
Ah.
is just like when the house tore down. As soon as I saw the FBI went out there on October 31st, Golf, I had already been making plans a day and a half later and getting stuff ready to make a trip out to Idaho to make sure I got
Clever.
footage of the house. Because I was like, yeah, it's going to be torn down, and it's going to be
Any
torn
minute.
down. It's going to be torn down on one of the days that they connected BK.
I thought it was going to be torn down in the middle of the night. We
Yeah.
wake up in the morning and then it's gone. I mean, I almost had that prediction, right? They
Yeah.
started at like what, 5 in the morning or something? I don't know. Early.
6:30, I think, because I was
Yeah.
gonna be because I was gonna go live right when they were starting, and I got pissed
Oh.
because when you do a show, there's a routine, you know. You got to get the
Yeah.
coffee ready at the right moment and all these other things. Otherwise, it
Yes.
gets cold, and you know. So it was one of those things where it was like, shit, they already started, and I haven't even got to the part where I make my coffee yet, you know.
Yeah.
It was a disaster
Whoa,
from that
yeah.
point on. Yeah, so it was like 6:30, I think, something like that, right? 6:30, right? I know it was like a half hour before I was going live.
It was still dark.
Yeah, it was a little dark. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was so sad. But yeah, when I seen the FBI go out there, that's when I'm like, yeah, I don't give a fuck if I'm scared of flying on a damn plane. I don't care. I did it just because I knew, like, it's a now or never. Because I'm not gonna be sitting there a couple months later going, I wish I would have went out there and got. It's already gone. It's already gone, and it's important. It's important to have it.
And your intuition, CJ, is flawless. So when CJ says something, you just write it down because it's probably gonna happen.
I'm just waiting for Dollinger. Yeah, I'm just waiting for Dollinger. But no, back in November, you know, that's when I felt at that moment, I'm like, they're just gonna keep delaying it. When December 1st comes, they're not gonna get shit. It's gonna be February, March. The court's gonna sit there and go, you know, what are we doing here? We're not gonna get the IGG. You know, so now that it's going beyond that, I really feel like the trial's still going to start in the spring of 2025, June 2025. But I feel like, you know, as much as they've been delaying it already, I really feel like when they get to that point where Bill Thompson is going to say, look, I was waiting this whole time for the 5%. I know I've been telling you this whole time. There's nothing I can do but tell you that can we wait a couple more months, because I'm being told the same thing over and over and over, and it's pretty much he's being gaslighted, I think. And because I think they realize that the evidence that they were expecting to materialize when they arrested Koberger never materialized. And I feel like now they're caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and they're looking at the FBI to try and help them get out of it. And the FBI is like trying to be nice, like, we already got rid of it, Bill. I mean, we can go back in the house and we can take some more scans. I mean, we could try and do something, Bill. I don't know, Bill. Let us see if we can figure out something. Just try and get more time. And the judge is already pissed about the trial possibly even being outside of 2024. So I really feel like the court is going to get to the summer, and Bill's going to be like, look, I still don't have it. I don't know what to tell you. And the judge is going to be like, Ann, is it okay? And she's going to be like, thank you, Judge, because that's all I've been waiting for you to say. And because she wants them to admit that and to not have the rest of it, and to admit that they can't get the rest of it, so then it doesn't become as important in trial. Because if you just have the tip with the piece of paper and the prosecution saying, we don't have the homework, the jury's going to go, sorry, BT. The tip don't cut it for a DP.
Yeah.
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 I hope so. I mean, we'll see. But I
hope.
We'll see. Yeah.
I
have to say, I don't, when he's talking about 95%,
yeah,
because everybody thought that's what we gave them. He's talking about they don't have everything either. That's what he's talking about. And
yeah,
when he
they
says
don't.
95%, I don't believe him. I think they don't even have 60%.
I don't either.
But he can't say that.
No.
And that's the problem.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell. It's like this, Golf. He has 95% of the evidence, but the impact of that evidence that he has is only like 10. And the other 5% that he's waiting, the impact of that is like 95%. So I think that's the problem. And she even says it too. She even says, I think the prosecution is having the same problem trying to get stuff like we are. And I think she's talking about the same thing, and I think she knows why. And it's because I really feel like it's classified, and they're like, sorry, like, we just gave you the tip, buddy. We didn't think you were going to run with it.
Yeah. I feel, I mean, honestly, there's moments I feel bad for Bill. Oh, hey,
Yoli.
Hi,
I was just looking in Discord trying to figure out
anybody. There we go. Can't hear anybody?
Can you hear us, Yoli? Hello.
Oh, wow.
She's going to have a massive mitigate. Isn't that crazy that she was telling the judge how to be a judge? What's up, Michigan girl? Wasn't that? Well, Judge, actually, this is why we're doing it like this.
Can you guys hear me?
Now we can, yeah.
We can hear you.
She was having her own Bill Thompson moment there in the court hearing. Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear us, Yoli?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think she can either.
Yeah, we can hear you. So, law and crime. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I feel bad for Bill Thompson at times because I think he was railroaded too into this in a way, right? So he just assumed he took whatever law enforcement told him. We got this and this and this and this.
Right.
And it all sounded so good. He's
Yeah.
like, oh, okay, we're ready. And then as we're progressing, it became like, oh, okay, we don't have this. We don't have this. And, so I feel there are moments I really do feel bad for him because, he didn't.
Well,
it's not his responsibility to investigate the case in that sense, right?
Right. It's his responsibility to display the information, the evidence, the facts, and to present a case based off of what the investigation has collected. Yeah, because you're right. He's not out there investigating the crime. And you're absolutely right. Like, I guess he did kind of get pulled into it because when you talk about how it is around there, you even watch the videos where I've been showing everybody about, like, the guy that sells houses out there but really is telling you why not to move there. and so like he's even like, we around here, we don't like outsiders because we like how we do things and we do things better, and we don't need you telling us how, and I feel like that is the same approach when it comes to the PD, because they're the lead investigators, right? So it's their time to shine. Unfortunately.
You can hear me? I can't hear you guys.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. We could hear you the whole time.
She still can't hear us. But yeah,
No,
I think we.
I can't hear you guys.
I think
I don't know what's going on. Hold on. Let me mute myself while I figure this
just
out.
go ahead and back out and try again if it's not working.
I think we heard, was it on one of those 2020 or whatever, one of those that actually told the story of how Fry told Bill Thompson, we got the guy. Wasn't it one of those specials? I'm
trying to remember.
Somehow it came out like how it happened. And I wonder if it was one of those 2020 specials or.
Does anybody remember?
I don't remember.
They laid it out basically how it was told to Bill Thompson. And that's why I'm feeling sorry for him, because they were like, let's talk somewhere nobody can hear us. And we got the guy.
He's had to see the evidence, though. Why would he be telling the families?
Yeah, but
why would he be telling the families we got so much?
Because that's what he thinks they had.
But he sees it, though.
I mean,
he would have to see all the evidence that is available that's not classified. The first one.
I don't know. Maybe they do have a lot of evidence outside of this. I don't know. I don't think it's likely, but we could all be wrong.
What, like he's being told, like he's a George W. Bush and they're like a Dick Cheney. They're like, look, George, this is how you need to run the country. like they're telling him, like they're saying, like, listen, man, the cast data, Bill, we know you're too busy playing in the band instead of learning about cast. Look, Bill, it's already proven right here. Look, you can see it right here. This shows
they know each other, right? There's a trust level. There's a trust level to when you know these people. It's a small community, and I guess he trusted them that they had what they, and they might, but the FBI, I think what they didn't count on is the FBI is not going to give them that information. They didn't count on that, right? And so,
well, maybe because they have such a close connection, because you know how they rank up so quick in MPD, they rank up real quick because it's smaller than other agencies, and they're able to rank up. Rosendahl even says it. The other guy that fake types on the other commercial for their funding, he's naming off all these titles that he has, and he's like, I think that's everything. Like but they always send their people to that training program. That's why I said that Dollinger is going to be the next chief, because Chief Fry was congratulating Captain Dollinger for all his achievements from that training program. And so maybe that's why they thought they had some kind of close, like, hey man, we're boys outside. We're more boys than you and most of these other departments. Like, what's going on? You think they had that kind of buddy type? I mean,
something, when you have a small community, everybody on a level, and then you trust that person when he says, listen, Bill, I have to tell you, we got this guy. They probably did. Maybe they told him that the FBI has most of the information from this and this, but then it was up to Bill to form that relationship with the FBI and to try to get that information from them. So maybe there's some, I don't know. To me, it seems like he's very frustrated, and he's frustrated that they're asking so much for it, because maybe he didn't count on that.
Right.
Maybe he isn't on it. I don't know. But it just seems to me like he's frustrated because he didn't count on them needing it so much. he thought it would be maybe go under the radar. I don't know how he thought
But
that,
how?
because
Yeah.
these things are important, but maybe he didn't count on Ann Taylor.
Yeah, Dollinger said swish on Fry because he got one more. He got 18 and Fry had 17. That's why when we saw the city council meeting where Dollinger was getting congratulated by Fry, and then we looked up Fry's achievements and we saw Fry had one less than Dollinger. I was like, oh, we talked about the Kobe Jordan moment. We talked about the Kobe 6 ring or Jordan 6 rings, Kobe 5, sorry, Fry, there's a new Jordan in town. Like now all of a sudden that's when I'm like, yeah, Dollinger's going to be Fry's going to retire, Dollinger's going to be the chief. It's just
I lived in a small community for a little while.
They want them out of
there. And it's all the same. All these small communities run the same way. All of them. There is people that they call it controlling fractions, right? On a small scale. And that's how these towns work. And it goes all the way up. All the way up.
When
money,
there's a
money,
scandal,
yeah.
they splatter, they go everywhere. They disappear.
It's
they
money
retire, they retire, they move, that's why it was so predictable. Like you said, because I'm like, it's a small community. You see all the type of freaking corruption that took place before, that took place during. They're all gonna retire. That's why Green's gonna retire, because I guarantee you Green was behind every other one of these people that's retiring, number one. Number two, there's a board of directors that's above Green, that after Green is done doing his job of getting rid of everybody else, then it's their job to get rid of Green. So Green's gonna retire too. It's how it works.
Yeah.
That's how it works. That's why it was so predictable. It's too predictable. So, yeah, I guess $10 million. I don't know. Scott Reich has some video about it. I haven't checked it out, and it's been a while since we checked any Scott Reich, but I was going to see what he said. I just thought $10 million was a low amount.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's the yard sale. the bargain basement, the old Kmart blue light special. $10 million. Dang.
Now he usually knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
But since he's a lawyer and everything, but maybe there is a difference between if you have states issued like
you get
defense. I don't know.
Like you get discounts or something?
I mean, I think if you had private lawyers, they obviously cost more, right?
Yeah.
So maybe he's taken that into consideration.
I
don't know.
I mean, maybe they do have some kind of thing up in Idaho where they get it at, because they do have, I mean, Idaho is a rich state, man. They have a lot of money. Lot of money, and I could see them having some kind of thing where there's like some program to have it at cost because they have some kind of funding from the state to cover stuff like that. But for a defense, though, I mean, I could see for a prosecution they would have like a funding for it, but I don't know about the defense. I would just imagine the defense alone would be more than 10 million.
Well, Yoli maybe can answer that.
What do you
hear
think?
us?
Do you hear
I
us?
can hear you guys now. Can you hear me?
Ooh,
yeah.
Oh, good. Okay.
Hi.
Okay.
Yes.
So what's the question?
Scott Reich is talking about the cost of the Brian Kohberger case, and he's calling Brian Kohberger the $10 million man. So I'm wondering if that. Now, I don't know if that's just a catchy headline, but I assume from the headline, I haven't checked it out yet, but I assume from the headline he's saying that there was questions yesterday that was how much is the trial costing for the defense. He comes out with a video today calling him the $10 million man, the cost of the Kohberger case. I think $10 million is a low amount. I was thinking maybe 100 for the defense when you're talking experts and work and
Well,
travel.
Yeah.
Well, the cost is separate from the fees. So the fees would be separate. So this is just the cost of whatever it takes to prosecute the case. Like
for the prosecutors? Oh, for the prosecution then?
No, yeah. Well, the prosecution, they get paid salary. So what I was talking about is the cost of the defense, which would be Ann Taylor. Her fees are separate and apart from the cost that the public defender's office has to spend for experts. So they're separate. So
Okay.
Yeah, well, you said because of the cost of the prosecution. That's why I was like, oh, wait a minute,
sorry.
prosecution. So what would be so this is just the cost to defend him, as in the court fees, not necessarily everything outside of the court fees.
Well, it's court fees, it's experts, it's investigators.
So it is experts and investigators.
Yeah, it's investigators. Anything that doesn't have to do with fees, that means fees paid to the attorney. Unless he's including the fees in this, but cost usually means the cost that you incur as a result of defending, like the experts, investigators, things like consultants, things like that.
So you think 10 million is sufficient for what you think this might cost?
I don't do criminal law, so I would say but I don't know if it's sufficient or is insufficient. But what I can say that in some cases, like civil cases, the cost can be upwards of $300,000. And that doesn't include fees. That's just the cost. So if in this kind of case, I would think 10 million might be a lot for costs. So just gauging it by what I do in terms of, like, if I have a birth injury case where I need a lot of experts, like from a labor and delivery nurse, OBGYN, neonatologist, rehab specialist, all of those experts, it could be upwards to 100 to 200,000, more like 200,000, 300,000. And so just gauging it from that, 10 million sounds like a lot.
Well, I know in Delphi, the prosecutor is being paid $2 million, which is a lot cheaper. Maybe they should move it to Indiana, but I don't know that. I think that is just his cost. I don't really know. They haven't broken it down. We just hear the number 2 million for the prosecution. So I'm guessing that other things, experts, whatever might be extra. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know the context. When he says the cost of the Brian Koberger case, does he mean cost that the taxpayers have to pay? Because if it's the cost that the taxpayers have to pay, that's the full gamut of attorney fees.
Maybe that's what that's what that guy was asking, because it was somebody from a newspaper in Washington, and maybe that's what it is, because there was somebody, Kevin Riker, he has been getting into the University of Phoenix, Idaho deal that they've been doing or trying to get away with. And there was a lot of, they were trying to see like how much stuff was costing when it was coming to all that. And they were having issues even getting those records because they were just kind of like giving them wormholes to try and swim through, and it was impossible. And it makes me wonder if the same guy from the newspaper was having the same problems trying to find out how much it costs, because I think everybody in Idaho is just going to be like, yeah, it's whatever. But at the same time, there's other people that are like, how much are you really costing these people for this?
If it's the entire cost of the case, meaning what the taxpayers are going to pay.
Yeah.
That includes attorney's fees, because she's a public defender, attorney's fees for the public defender, and then the costs and experts from both sides, prosecution and defense. Taxpayers are paying for that.
That makes sense. And it makes sense why somebody would ask now too, because before I was like, it's none of your damn business how much it's costing Coburger or the state, the state to cover Coburger or however you want to put it. But when it comes to the taxpayers, yeah. So I guess that'd be pretty high then, right? Because if it's only, like you said, Silky, 2 million for that, just for the prosecution team.
It seemed
maybe the same for the, so maybe it's not necessarily a small town discount, it's a small town up hike because they know that they can rake it in.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, we were throwing out I thought 50 million.
I said 100.
Well, because we were talking about the OJ case, right?
Yeah.
And that was big. And of course, that was not public defender. And so it was a little bit different, obviously. And Shapiro, you said OJ still owed Shapiro, what, $8 million or something like that?
Like 7 or 8 million.
Yeah. And then we were just, spitballing like this is back in the 80s or, yeah.
You can point your finger at me, Golf. I said 100.
You said 100. I said 50.
He said it. He said it.
No, and they're on a budget, I would imagine. I don't really know, but I would imagine, you have to budget your cases. I mean, I do. So I would think that, like for all these experts that come and testify, like you had these experts come and educate the judge on the IGG, those experts have to be paid. We're
not doing the work, so we're not going to get the whole chunk of money. It's going to be the actual attorneys and their own teams that are going to be charging the crazy amounts of money. And that's probably not is that public record sometimes, or is that something that usually?
Well, if it's public defender, you would think so.
It would have to be, right? But then maybe not.
Well, yeah, I think so, because I think at those meetings, well, I'm not sure, because I know like when they have like the state of Idaho has like the end of the year, like what they spent on certain things they have to disclose to the public. And there's always these reports. I think it would probably be in there. If taxpayers have to pay for it, then it should be public.
Yeah, definitely.
I would hope.
So then, that leads me to wonder, y'all, if this case goes badly, okay, they've invested all this money, this 10 million, whatever, they go to trial, and it turns out that, they don't have enough evidence against Coburger, he's, let loose or hung jury or something like that. Are they going to have the money to try to find somebody else and prosecute them? Or at that point, are they going to say, you know what, we don't, it's a cold case? Or, because if you're investing that much and it doesn't go well from your, side, then, you're going to put the burden on the, people of Moscow to do this all again.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that they will try and find another suspect only because of the cost as well.
Nope.
The cost.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Nope. They've already did it before. They've already done it before where they we're sorry the jury didn't agree with us. They were the person. Sorry, we didn't agree. We're not going to go after anybody else.
Well, it better be Coburger then, I have to say.
Well,
it'd be horrible for the families. If
not.
Yes.
And if he gets away with it on top of that, good Lord.
Oh, that, I mean, I have no idea. I think there was more people involved in this whole thing, but I mean, if he was involved in some way and he gets away, that's a scary thought. But they also need to hold everybody else, whoever else was involved, accountable. And there's so many people involved in this case, so many moving parts.
Yeah.
I don't think they will be held accountable. And that's the thing I always worried about the whole time is like, if you don't have the right person and then you are sitting here doing this to the family and like, just imagine Christy, right? If Coburger gets set free or, you know what I mean? Imagine what she's going to be like. She's having such a hard time. Like, the fact that BK's even sitting in a cell And while Steve is sitting there next to her saying, I have more questions, some things don't make sense. And and they ask him about BK, and, he just hopes that they have the right person. He's not 100% sold on BK. She's 150 sold on BK. And imagine if BK that she's 150% on doesn't end up being convicted.
Mm.
Oof. And then how are you supposed to get justice after that?
Yeah, it's a blow.
Right.
It's a blow.
Like that much.
And there'll be rumors going on forever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I
Definitely.
can't imagine what she would be going through at that point.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, just the hearing itself. I know we were laughing and everything, but just imagine the family members looking at that. And I believe the Goncalves family and the Coronel families, they sent out a statement. I didn't get to read it, but I believe they sent out a statement about the hearing yesterday. But it's kind of like, God, I mean, I would feel so impatient, so helpless, so angry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's all they are.
The statement was about the timeline of the what they set out, that they wouldn't start trial until next summer, and of course they wanted it as soon as possible. So they're disappointed, obviously, in that, because they want to see the evidence. Steve wants this not over and done with. He wants to see the evidence. That's what he's been fighting for. He had, that was his right, is what he was talking about. So I think he really is disappointed due to that fact. And then I think, like you said, his wife, Christy, has her own, like, she just wants this, like, done with. She wants this. She wants him behind bars and probably not alive, basically.
She uses all of her sick days up, like she the last 2 interviews that they've had, she talks to you about what she's going through on a daily basis, and you can see him sitting there right next to her and putting his arm around her, and that he's like, if she probably didn't have him, that's her rock, man. Like, you could tell that he's the one that is picking her up and saying, "Come on, babe, let's keep walking,"
Yeah.
You could tell. And
none of us want to be in their shoes. That's for sure. Ever.
I can't imagine.
Nope.
I mean, I think they're holding themselves up pretty well. I mean,
I would. Steve is nothing to how I would have been. Oh my God. I would have been all up in that town. I wouldn't have left until they told me everything.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God. They would have had a problem with me.
Me too. I would have been a complete nuisance. Banging on everybody's door, standing in their offices. What are you doing?
I applaud. Like, people were like, even when the beginning, when the case first happened and Steve was out there doing a lot of interviews, saying a lot of stuff. And if anybody remembers that time period back then, a lot of people were getting upset at Steve for saying stuff. If you were one of those content creators that applauded Steve for coming out, you got bundled in with that hate just as much. And I was one of those content creators that supported Steve every time that he came out and said something. And I said it the whole time, and I didn't care if people liked it or not, because to me, it was one of these things like, look, if I was in that same position, I don't know if I could be that quiet, even though he wasn't being quiet. You know what I mean?
And he held back. He definitely held back. He could probably said more, and I would have done it. I would have threatened everyone in there. I would have said, I'm saying everything until you tell me everything.
Oh, shit. We would have been like some Ninja Turtles in there.
I would have been so much worse. I'm telling you, like, I could not.
Oh, I would be demanding meetings. I would be demanding,
Oh, yeah. If it was my kid, I would be a nut job.
And then finding out that they had daily briefings with Green, I would have jumped him too. I would have been like, oh my God, you did that and you couldn't tell me as the father of the victim. Oh, I would have had a problem with that.
Well, unless I fell into a real deep depression, because,
So Yuli, talking about that, is that something that is common? Have you ever heard something like that they give briefings, and actually twice daily, to a university president daily in a case like this. Have you ever heard this before? Legally, would that be normal?
Well, if it happened on campus, yes, but not if it happened off campus. And it wouldn't be, the university wouldn't be privy to everything involved in the investigation. Maybe they would have meetings pertinent to the university, but I just don't see how a university could be involved in all of the briefings and be heavily involved in decision making and all of that. I've never seen that.
Would it be recorded? Would it need to be recorded?
I don't think it needs to be recorded. Some do. Some have minutes of their meetings. But these are briefings. So these are like, they give briefings to the police, detectives. So if Idaho, if the state or the city of Moscow believes that Idaho University, U of I, needs to be involved, then they can make a discretionary move, I guess, to have them involved. But like, this sounds like they were just like heavily involved in the investigation. That's what they were having briefings 2 times a day. I mean,
that's why I'm asking, does that not require a law where you have to record this?
I don't know Idaho law. I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
But I don't think so. I think it's just like a conversation at the water cooler.
Yeah.
I think just like with, this is why we'll get to these documents in a second, everybody. This is why I think I thought that they were the ones that the students were talking to, not LE. And that's why LE included them, because that was the only way LE was going to get any information, was because of the university. And when Green came out with his book, and he admitted himself that the Jimmy Neutron, the dean of students, and Demon Lady sent out teams to the sororities and the frats to interview the students before MPD even showed up.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
And
sorry.
so, yeah, that's in his. No, you're good. You can say fuck if you want. That's why you could even say explosive diarrhea, but no.
We've said that a lot.
That's why I think, because they even had their own headquarter team set up at the administrative building before MPD was even at the crime scene.
Whoa.
So when it comes to, that's why when you look at DM's statement, Golf, think about it like this. You look at DM's statement and it says shock phase, right? Would DM say, yes, I stood there in a frozen shock phase? No, that's going to be a
Bill
counselor.
I thought it was Bill Thompson.
That's going to be a counselor that normally would have client protections, right? But if the counselor says, look, Dylan, I understand it's tough, and I know you're scared, and I know you don't want to talk to anybody, and that's why I've always been here for you, Dylan. You have to understand, we need to talk about this. This is students. This is your friends. You also have to understand, anything that we do talk about, I do have to let the investigators know. But you've talked to me before. Talk to me now. What happened, Dylan? And then I think that's where the frozen shock phase is, because then they looked at the reports and saw on the report from the counselor that Dylan stood there in a frozen shock phase, and took a quote from Dylan for whatever they wanted to into the PCA.
Yeah, it sounds clinical. You're right.
Yeah.
It sounds clinical. It does. You're right.
It's all university. That's what it smells like to me. They were controlling everything. Because why did you see President Green up there and not the FBI?
Yeah, good question.
It's not like it happened on the university grounds. I mean, I realize it's close, but it involved the fraternities and sororities. And so, like, what I learned from those videos that you had, CJ, on the fraternities and sororities, they have their own legal counsel. They have their own people to protect them. So,
plan of action.
Yeah, who's to say that the fraternity attorney took everybody's statement before and handed it over to police?
Yeah.
Who's to say that they didn't get, that they completely stopped their law enforcement from speaking to anybody that's in that fraternity or sorority, stopped them and said, "You go through me."
Yeah.
And maybe that's why
the delay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the delay, because, and that's why, like, back then I was like, the reason why it took that long is because they were, I'm like sitting here going, because you always heard, right? You always heard about chatter between social medias with the students, 9:30, 10 a.m., right? That's why I feel like somebody was like, Jimmy, wake up. The president, Jimmy, wake up. Jimmy, wake up. Shit, Jimmy, he won't wake up, guys. Fuck. We got to wake up Jimmy because Jimmy has the plan of action, Jimmy needs to decide, and I think that's what took a little bit longer, is because they had to not only wake up the people that have the final decisions on the plan of action, because that there, like Yoli says, there is a structure, there is a hierarchy, there is a way, a plan of action. If this happens, these are the steps that take place. This is what we need to do as a sorority, as a fraternity, to get all this. And then I think when it comes to the president and the university, I think they had special relationships with these fraternities and with these universities. And so therefore it was like, okay, you're the leaders, the hierarchy. You're the leaders of the little pillars here. You're my knights and my bishops and my rooks, and then I'm the king and we got the queen. The university's the queen. I'm the king. You answer to me. You do all the work with the pawns, and then you bring me the information, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's why they sent teams out there to talk to. Who would they talk to? They're going to go talk to the leaders of the fraternities and the sororities to figure out what all of their members, were.
Yeah. And CJ, I don't think a lot of people, unless they're really deep diving, and I think this is the only place I really heard that, especially in the beginning, is the protocol that, because we're all like, why this many hours, blah, blah, blah. Why didn't somebody say anything? But yeah, it was definitely part of the protocol if such an event would happen. And I don't think most people know that there was a lot going on behind the scenes.
I mean, we know that people were there at the scene.
A lot of them too.
Yeah.
Don't know how many.
Nope. They still they could never remember, because I think nobody would talk to them. That's why they could never even tell how many students were there when they were asked multiple times in press conferences over and over. Do you know how many people were out there when you showed? We're still trying to figure that out.
Well, there's a couple of photos floating around of that, though, where you can see. Have you seen those photos floating around from early on, where you can see how many students are sitting outside the house?
Yeah, some of them are sitting down on the stoop too.
Exactly. So there's at least that we've seen so far that we know of. I think we counted them.
11, 12, I think.
I don't know. More? I could identify 6 of them.
Yeah.
The ones that were sitting on the ground.
Because I know that there was some across the street too. Right?
Yeah.
The trash cans and stuff like that.
I saw that picture later, but sitting on the ground with like covers on them. I think I saw 6, but there could have been more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so we know that there were people there. They should have just taken everybody's name and statement, everybody who was there.
And another thing, they were all sitting in a cluster. So I questioned that and somewhere. And so when you have something like this happen, the first thing you do is you separate your witnesses. You don't keep them together. You know,
Nope.
Yeah.
That's the first
the more
thing.
they can collab.
Yeah, like
Exactly.
that's the first thing you do is you separate
Right.
them. But they were all in a cluster, which I found like, okay, that's weird. Why didn't they separate them? And then somebody had something like, yeah, but because of this and that. But I really think that's important. And that's something that maybe Anne will, point out, because those pictures do exist. You can see it in black and white and in color, in full color, that actually took place. They should have separated them right then and there, not have them sit there. Oh, here's some blankie for you.
It's almost like they
Right.
coddled. It's almost like they coddled them from the very beginning when they should have never have in the first place. Which
Nope.
makes me question, why are you coddling them in the first place? What are you afraid that they're going to expose?
And even though maybe Dylan and Bethany was not two of those there, everybody else that was there was probably in the house or connected or came there to begin with. So there's still witnesses. You should still separate them. Is my
Right.
Yeah, sorry.
What if Bethany and Dylan were not even there when the crime took place, and that's why?
Well, I mean, that would be
nothing even happened to
speculating
'em,
because
you
according
know?
to the PCA, they were
Yeah, but
there. So
but
yeah.
according to the PCA, Koberger pinged in the same towers that 1122 utilized the next day, but they don't
But he
believe
wasn't
on
there.
that one. He wasn't
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
So
exactly. Yeah. But it's there in the PCA
why
that
would you
they
put it in
were.
the why would
I
you put that in there? You know what I mean?
That I don't understand. That's
Like,
just overkill. That was stupid.
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
it just totally, it's like Bill Thompson arguing against Boise. It's like, what are you even putting it in there for? Yes, he connected again the next day, but we don't think he was in the location.
Okay, so then you're basically saying it's faulty.
Right. It's like, well, what about the other ones then, bro? Like, what about the other?
Yeah.
Why do you?
It's-
But no, sorry, go ahead.
It's stupid. I just feel like,
The whole
the same thing with Thompson arguing that Idaho can't handle it, this and that. We have to have it at certain times, but then saying, no, we can't move it maybe somewhere to a venue that can handle it. And it's just, they just talk outside their mouth, both sides of their mouth. I don't understand.
No.
Maybe they're not talking out of their mouth at all.
Well, it's like but it's like, why are you coddling from the beginning? You know, we're not going to talk to you. It's obvious they weren't talking. Okay, don't talk to us. Then you got the president. Go home, everybody. Go home, everybody. You did the complete opposite of what you would do.
Right.
Even if it was one victim that got attacked that way, you know? And
Exactly.
there was 4, so you should have been like, hell no. Like, all of a sudden 4 cookies are gone and not just one. Each one of you get down, sit down right now. Which one of you took my cookie? None of you are leaving until somebody tells me who took the cookie. You know, you're gonna put why the baby gloves? Why what are they afraid of? Really, it makes me really wonder. Like when you don't even know a month later how many people were outside in front of that house.
Well, they probably knew, but they were very evasive with everything from who made the 911 call. Why not just come out and say it? It was a friend. The girls were scared. Wouldn't that sound better? The girls were scared. They had a friend come over because they didn't know what to do. That would have sounded so much better. But the way they did it, it's like, wait, what? Wait, what? It made absolutely no sense. So
I think maybe it might describe injuries on the 911 call.
That's okay. Say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't release it due to we're going to use it in evidence or whatever, say that. They're not giving anything away because none of us have heard it, right? So why keep that a secret?
I really think it is, because I think, you hear about the coroner when she's like, is it like, the stabbing? And she's like, so, and I can play it for you guys. She's like, no, it's not like stabs. It's more like slashes and tears. And who says that, like the person on the phone wasn't like, yeah, this type of injury, because anytime that you call 911, you hear these calls, right? And even if somebody's passed away or they're like, somebody just got unalived, right? They hear, okay, are you sure? Are they breathing? Are you sure that then that's when somebody be like, well, I know that they're not alive because of such and such and such. I could see that. And maybe that's why it would not be available. I don't see why they wouldn't say if there was 16 people out there or not, because then you're not really giving any, they're not like, they don't have like a list of 20 people and they want to narrow it down or something. I wouldn't think that the number, if they told the number, I wouldn't think it would be them trying to be evasive. I think they just didn't know because they didn't really have a grip on the investigation. Because what would it hurt if they said, yeah, there's 16 people out there.
Yeah, and somebody assertive saying that, you don't even question it, right? Like you've seen plenty of these what is it, cops talking? What is it called? When they give you press conferences, where there is somebody assertive telling you, okay, these are the facts, this are how we know it, and you sort of, it builds a trust because he's assertive, he knows what he's talking about. But when you look at these from Moscow, sorry,
whichever.
I'm from Sweden.
Tomato.
I'm from Sweden, so forgive me if I say it wrong.
Tomato.
But when you look at that, it's very wishy-washy. And it comes across like they don't know what they're doing. But I don't think so. But it's just because he's not assertive. He's not like confident in what he's talking about, perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah, he was never confident.
No.
Wasn't 60.
Yeah, I would think that if the taxpayers are paying for all of this, that they should have a right to know how the case is going, like information.
And why was there no reward?
Yeah, that's one thing. When you got the family trying to put out a reward,
4 people are murdered, and there
right.
is no reward, and
Right.
and that's crazy to me.
Right.
Absolutely crazy.
Like,
Right.
what would be the reason for that? No reward.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They didn't want people to catch the real killer?
I don't know.
I cannot make heads or tails of that.
Because they were afraid, because they didn't have shit and they needed to piece something together, and they were afraid it would contradict whatever they could piece together.
It's the strangest case ever.
That's why I think that they didn't even have a grip on it. I think they were relying on all these, we're the leads, the cocky britches. We're the fucking leads. We know, ISP, do this for us. FBI, I need you to do this for us. Do this for us. We got our small team here. We'll go ahead and handle the logistics. We are the lead. You just let us know when you get something, and we'll go ahead and we'll figure it out. We'll put it together.
Yeah.
I think that's how they handled it, and they were expecting all of these people or all of these different areas to materialize things because they were too cocky, just like they are in their body cam videos, just like they are in their promos for funding, just like they are in their come work for us, join MPD YouTube video to recruit new officers. It's and I think unfortunately that's why it's like, if you can't handle it, then you handle it off to the people that can, you have to have humility in this position, because it's about the victims. It's not about if you can be the good, it's not about that. It's about the justice and the truth for the victims. And if you know that you're not the right agency to be able to handle that kind of investigation, well, then you need to give it to the people that do, because just because you do hand it off to somebody that can handle it doesn't minimize your part in it. You actually add to it, because when you put the best people in the best positions for the best outcome, that's how beautiful things happen.
Right on.
And they didn't do it.
No.
No,
Too
because
cocky.
there has to be trust in the legal system. There has to be trust in your police force, and
Yeah.
they did not give that off, unfortunately.
Mhm.
And it's unfortunate for them because maybe they did a good job, and we're just like harping on them because they didn't come off as that, right? And that's unfortunate. I'm sorry,
I don't
because
know.
you just did not come out with confidence.
Well, they weren't equipped for this kind. I mean, it's a small town. You're just not equipped, in general. You're equipped for, drunken parties and, substance arrests and, maybe some, assaults, stuff like that. You're not equipped for, students to be, in this manner with so much rage. Uh, you're looking at what you go to a conference, everybody gets training. So you go to a conference and they're like, oh, okay, well, here's a conference on, mass unaliving. But, when was that? 6 months ago. Did you pass? I mean, whatever. You got your certificate. Yeah, I've been trained in this. But, it's like, how many people are even paid? Y'all know. If y'all have ever done CEUs or anything else, a continuing education, whatever, it's like, yeah, I got to go. The company's paying for me to be here. Like, I'm doodling on
Well,
mine.
one of their promotional videos, like to join their team, they show them getting up in like tactical gear and practicing out in like the middle of the Idaho fucking desert. And it's like, bro, when are you gonna do a SWAT situation in sand, motherfucker? Like you're in Moscow. Like, yeah, we got all these awards. Look at they shows them like walking in walls and shit, doing this. It's like, what are you doing? You're not even like you're not going overseas,
Saudi Arabia.
bro. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're not in the desert,
Exactly.
man. You're in Moscow.
Oh my God.
It's absolutely how
I know there's new documents come out. Can I ask
Yeah.
Yoli, can I ask you something, a follow-up from yesterday before we move into that? Is
Uh-huh.
that okay?
Yeah.
CJ, is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we were talking about I've been wanting to talk to you all day. We were talking about the medical records yesterday. And so you said, yeah, but you thought maybe it was the victims or somebody else. Is the prosecution not able to request that from this? Do they have to get it from the prosecution, from the prosecutors?
Does the defense have to get it from the prosecutors? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Well,
So if not Brian's, but the victims.
Yeah. Because they had an autopsy, right? So that is within the purview of the prosecution, so they have to turn that over.
So they cannot request that independently.
You mean the defense request it independently?
Yes.
That is a good question, but because it was in another state, the autopsies were done in Washington.
Spokane.
So it's a little complicated to do, at least in civil. If you want to get something out of state, you got to go get permission from both states to get it. But that's civil. Here, I think it's the prosecution that has the ability to get the information, but it is in another state. So maybe that's why Ann Taylor is wanting to get it from, or needing to get it from the prosecution.
Okay, then that makes sense. I just, didn't want to spread false information or misinformation, because I did mention that I thought it was Brian's, what they had on him, which it possibly could be still, but I want to know if that's an option for them.
Yeah, I think it's the victims' medical records.
Okay.
I think it's the victims, but I'm not totally sure. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, think about it. The medical records would show two types of injuries, right?
Well, yeah.
Possibly, yeah.
I mean, no. Even think about like with the X-rays, it would show if there was two different weapons.
Exactly.
It would show, and then you listen to Mabbitt. To me, it sounds like one smooth edge blade and one has a serrated edge blade when it comes to the injuries. So, yeah, we'll get into these documents and then we'll get into more of that, the coroner and stuff like that here in a few, because there was some things I did want to talk about that tonight as well. So it's kind of cool we're getting on that topic. This one is amended order for disclosure of IGG information and protection order. So if you don't have the link, here's the link for this one. And I will also drop it in the community chat as well, if you do not have it. Unless you did, Caddy, or let me know if you did already. This one says amended order for disclosure of IGG information and protection order based on the February 28th, 2024 hearing. The sealed order for disclosure of IGG information and protection order is amended as follows. It says, let's see here. Defense counsel Ann Taylor, Jay Loxton, Alyssa Massa, defendant Brian Kober, and IGG experts Dr. Leah Larkin, Becca Barlow, and Stephen Mercer may view the IGG materials provided by the state. Any further dissemination of the materials or the information contained within the materials included to any investigators must first be approved by the court after showing by the defense as to why such individual needs the information for the preparation of the defense. We knew about that from the court hearing. Additionally, no individual on the family tree who was not previously known, like she said, we're not trying to create a lead from the IGG. The defense mitigation expert who has created her own family tree, she said they were doing their own work, who does not have access to any of the IGG, and I think she said 4 generations too, may continue her mitigation investigation, including contacting defendants' immediate family members and other related individuals. So to me, it sounds like they're creating their own family tree with the family based on their own little investigation thing that they got going on, and I wonder if they're going to use that to match it up with the prosecution's IGG information, or try and use that in some way to set Koberger off.
No, so the mitigation is after he's been found guilty. So they tried to mitigate his damages. Mitigate his sentence by saying that he had a history of abuse, or that there was a history of mental illness in his family. It's to mitigate, like in civil we say, well, you're injured, you need to mitigate your damages, you need to go to the doctor and get fixed. You can't just be sitting there waiting around for your malpractice suit to settle. You have to get help, and because you're making it worse, right? If you're not going to do anything and wait until your case settles, in the meantime you need help and you're not getting it, you're not mitigating your damages. Mm-hmm. So in this case, they look for things in the background of the defendant to mitigate, to maybe take the death penalty off the table, to maybe lessen the sentence. So it's a separate type of thing.
Oh, I thought they were doing their own IGG.
Yeah, they do. They do their own family tree, but it's not for the purposes of for countering the IGG that prosecution has. It's to find mitigating circumstances, like mitigating circumstances that would lessen the sentence.
So I thought they were gonna like. Okay, I assume it to. I thought they would be like. They got the IGG information from the prosecution, and they're going to show that it doesn't match Koberger according to their Koberger's profile. So this is to minimize the sentence if he's found guilty.
Yeah, to gather information on his every death penalty case has a mitigation where they go and they find people who they do a separate investigation to try to minimize and explain why this happened.
So if he gets found guilty, they're going to be like, well, his dad's side of the family has a history of alcoholism and mental abuse and stuff like that, and they're going to say because of that family tree, Brian Koberger doesn't deserve the death penalty.
Well, it's not like that. I mean, it's more like they produce information and evidence to the jury so that the jury can decide whether or not the death penalty should be on the table.
After he's convicted.
After he's convicted, there's a second part of the trial. It's a death penalty phase.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the mitigation expert comes in the death penalty phase.
So why would they be saying she's not going to use any? Why are they saying that nobody else besides these experts are going to use the information? Why would that lady need to use the prosecution's IGG information in order to get that, if that's what they're doing already with the family? I mean, you got the best source. You got the family.
Yeah.
So why would they be worried about them having access to the IGG?
Well, I think what Ann Taylor was asking for is she wants her own investigators who are helping on the innocence phase to have access to the IGG that the prosecution has. The mitigation expert.
Yeah, these ones.
Yeah. The mitigation expert is something completely different. They're not even involved.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Why? That's what I'm asking. Yes, she's not involved. So why are they even?
I don't know why they're bringing it up.
Why are they saying she's not allowed to see it? If she's, that's what I'm getting.
Yeah, I don't know why. I was kind of confused because the judge kept saying, and she kept saying, "No, Your Honor, that's a mitigation expert. She's doing her job." But
the prosecution was the one saying that they didn't want the defense. They needed to know all the names because they didn't want dissemination, and they didn't want anybody that didn't have access to be able to access it. Well, why are they even worried about her accessing it when Ann Taylor already told them that she has her own investigation? It has nothing to do with the IGG, and she doesn't even need to see it. Then why are they even putting it in here that?
Yeah, I don't even know why there needs to be an order saying that the defense mitigation expert who has created her own family tree does not have access to the IGG may continue with her investigation. Well, of course she can. I don't know why that needs to be in an order. It's just bizarre to me.
That's why it was confusing all of us here, because we're like, wait a minute.
It's confusing.
What?
And I felt for Ann because she kept saying, "Your Honor, that's the mitigation expert. She's doing her own investigation." She kept saying, leave her out of it. You don't need an order to tell her what to do. Because he said he looked at the guidelines, American Bar Association guidelines for what you have to do for mitigation. He said he looked at it.
She was teaching him.
Yeah, and he said there's a lot of things that you have to do. And she is saying, and so the judge is trying to say there are a lot of things you have to do, and she's trying to tell him, no, those things I don't do. The mitigation expert does. I'm talking about what I have to do. The mitigation expert is well on her way. She's doing her job. I'm talking about for me to get ready for trial. And so he was looking at these ABA rules on what you have to do when you have a death penalty case and how you have to, what information you have to get. And it's a lot. So she's like, yes, I know that, but she's not, it was just so confusing to me.
Yeah, it's confusing to me.
There doesn't need to be an order.
I'm not a lawyer.
There doesn't need to be an order for the mitigation expert to do her job.
She didn't use the pink. She didn't use the pink highlighter.
No highlighter. Right.
Hold on one second.
Him.
Silky, did you drop that in the community chat?
What?
The pink highlighter thing.
Oh, yeah, in the community.
Okay, hold
chat.
on. I gotta share it with you guys.
God, it was the most. Truthfully, I was so impatient.
Hold on. There you go.
Oh, cute. Oh.
There you go.
Oh.
While I was laying on the couch today, I decided to be creative.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Silky.
So yes, it was very confusing and it was very frustrating. And I felt like jumping in there and saying, Your Honor, leave the mitigation expert witness out of this. You did not need to read the ABA rules on mitigating to find out how much work the mitigation expert has to do. She's well on her way doing her work. You need to look at what the work the defense has to do and the amount of data that the defense has. It was just like he doesn't get it.
Yeah, he don't.
But you know what? In all fairness, he may have so many cases.
But he does.
He's never done a death penalty case. I don't know.
He works on other cases. I mean, that's going to be I need to make a T-shirt out of that. You all know I cover other cases.
The most frustrating.
And then a bunch of paperwork all over the place. Hey.
And then he gets an order that she can continue doing what she's doing. It's like, you don't need it.
Yeah, that's why it was confusing to me. That's why the way that I don't know what a mitigation is. I guess I could look it up, but I just didn't do it. And I probably would have if I wouldn't have had you. But yeah, that's why I was like, well, to me, it sounds like they're like trying to do their own IgG to show their IgG that hey, this and that. But no, okay. So it's for when after conviction, I suppose. So
yeah, but they have to work on it now, because they can't he can't get convicted and then do all the work after that, because they have to start on it now.
I have a question for lawyers. Do you guys have like an outline that you go off of? Like if in this kind of case, we need to make sure that we do this paperwork first and this and this, like, do you guys have an outline or is it, because it seems like, man, you got to have like some kind of outline to be like, okay, we need to make sure we do this, like stuff like this. We need to make sure we file this at this period and this at this period. Is there like an outline you guys go off of and then you kind of go off of that?
In my types of cases, it's governed by the rules of civil procedure. And once the judge sets a trial date, there's rules that say you got to get these things done before a trial. And so you calendar the dates and you follow the rules. Like expert disclosures are 50 days before trial. So you got to exchange your experts 50 days before trial. So discovery cutoff it's all written in the California Code of Civil Procedure. Yeah, this stuff that they're talking about here, where they're just setting arbitrary dates and everything else, I'm lost, because I don't know if there is a criminal procedure where there are fixed dates, and just because this is a special case, they're making up their own dates.
Huh.
I don't know.
That's interesting. Yeah, because to me, it'd be like, man, like I can imagine just the outline alone. Because I would hate to miss one document like this and be like, shh, Sally, we forgot to file the order setting. Like, Sally, that was like 6. What happened? Oh, we went to A&W that day, Jim. Oh.
I do that. I triple checked the
damn onion rings. Huh?
I checked the deadline, like the deadline to file a case, like that's the main deadline. If you don't get it, you're out.
No,
I put that like months ahead of time.
Yeah. No, just like little stuff.
It screws up. You try to file something and then it gets rejected, and then you're not told that it's rejected until 3 days later. So guess what? These attorneys that were when COVID hit, these attorneys that were trying to file things at the last minute, like the statute of limitations was tomorrow and they filed it today. Well, day after tomorrow, they get a notice of rejection. It wasn't filed. They missed it. They missed the deadline.
Yeah. I think they did that on purpose, though. I think they're trying to. I think they did a crossover on the prosecution. Like, we're going for a speedy trial. No, we're not. They just kind of. They just juked him left and he went right. One of those things.
It's really foreign to me that they're setting all these dates now and a scheduling order. I mean, I know that when I had the big case, the body part case, they did have a scheduling order, but that was in complex litigation. Okay, but in this case, my thinking is that because it's such a huge case, the judge is setting deadlines in a scheduling order. Because I would have to imagine that in smaller cases, like DUI cases, other smaller cases, DV cases, other cases, I'm sure they have deadlines when they have to do things.
Yeah.
The law.
I just wondered if there was some kind of outline, because then I can imagine the conversation Jimmy and Susie would be having if they missed one paperwork, you know, and
it's a
you
cheat.
know,
Like
like a cheat sheet. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly.
And you think that that this will happen summer of 2025? Yoli?
It depends on whether the Supreme Court takes up their appeal.
Mm-hmm.
Because
you think they will?
I don't know. I don't know.
It would be interesting if they did.
If they did, then everything pauses.
Yeah.
Oh, big time, big time. You're talking another year and a half, huh?
Yeah,
If
and
it
the
goes to the
justice
Supreme.
seems like, well, what happens? Like, he doesn't know. Like, well, what happens when, if the Court of Appeal takes it up? Are we still on, or do we keep going, or what? Like, dude.
Yeah, like, because I mean, but can you? But it's for the truth and justice, and if it takes time, it takes time to make sure the right person or wrong person's not convicted. But man, can you imagine, like, gosh, you're already talking a year and a half almost, right? A couple months away, a year and a quarter. Imagine, so you're already talking summer of 25. So that's almost 2 years. So it's a year and 3/4. And then if you add another year and a half with going to the Supreme Court, then he could be literally sitting there for 3 years before a trial would even be taking place, or longer. Man, if he was found guilty or not guilty, can you imagine the payday?
Mm-hmm.
It'd be huge. I mean, I guess maybe not, because there's
Maybe
a lot
not.
of people that have served 15, 20 years,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't get that much, considering. So, I don't know.
Hmm.
I'm trying to get this, but I haven't found it so far. Talking about Madeline Soto, Sleuthy Goosey was talking about the affidavit is out, and if anybody can find that, they said it's really bad.
Oh,
For who?
Yes, for Madeline Soto, the one that we were talking about.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, because when the investigators come out and say they're confident that she's deceased, I can imagine what they saw
on his phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it came out. They came out with that right after they apprehended him. He tried to delete the stuff on his phone. They already said earlier in the breaking news the other extracurricular activities he was doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they knew without, because you never hear LE come out and have a press conference and say it's 100%. It had to be pretty. Yeah, it had to be pretty obvious. You're not just looking at somebody that could look like they're asleep. It had to be something more than that.
Well, if I can get a hold of that affidavit, I'll send it to you on Discord.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten it. I've been looking. Sorry.
No, you're good. Do me a favor. If you do find it, drop it in. I have a info drop folder for that. Just drop it in the info drop folder. Wait, do I have one? No, I do. I need to make one. Go ahead and drop it in the breaking news, and then I'll go ahead.
Okay, because it's hard for me to listen and know what's going on, look for the affidavit, and be witty at the same time.
No, you're good. I'm sure it is bad. I can imagine.
Yeah, it might not be anything. Yeah, I don't know if it's so bad you might not even want to put it up in public, but
because it says a lot when they come out. Because honestly, when's the last time any of you can remember when LE came out with a press conference and about a missing child, and they said, well, it's before they even found him, said, well, it's without a doubt deceased. I don't remember it. Long time. So it's I can imagine. This one, orders setting deadlines and hearing. Based on the February 28th, 2024 hearing, the court orders the following: any notice of defense alibi must be filed no later than April 17th if defendant intends to offer a defense of alibi. The notice must comply with Idaho Code Section 19-519 and shall state the specific place or places at which the defendant claims to have been at the time of the alleged offense and the names, addresses of the witnesses upon whom he intends to rely to establish such alibi. So that's why I'm saying I wonder if somebody drove by, saw him at 4:13 in the morning replacing a flat tire.
But doesn't the PCA kind of say he's driving a different direction at the time the murders occurred?
Yeah, they observed his vehicle.
Okay, so if they observed his vehicle somewhere else while the murders are being...
That's his alibi. That's his alibi for not being at the crime.
I would think so. It's in the PCA.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was somebody that got out and helped him change the flat tire.
I just...
Oh my God. Watch that be the fucking alibi, everybody. He was changing his flat tire at 4:12 a.m. and somebody came by and helped him change the fucking flat tire, and that's his alibi. I was driving around, and I can prove that I wasn't there.
Well, he can use the PCA as his alibi, too.
I would.
Right.
It pretty much says he's going the opposite. He's going at the time that they say the murders were committed, this car that they say is Koberger's was in it was somewhere else.
And on top of that, going back to why does he have to be specific about his alibi? Does he have to prove his innocence? I thought this was a case where the prosecution has to prove his guilt.
Right.
Yeah. Well, what is this about?
It's apparently an Idaho code section of law that says this.
Interesting.
So it's a law, the legislature.
Huh.
Just like...
Oh, crime song right there. AAA. Like, seriously. Like, how can that not be your alibi? You're not on video footage, right? Because then if you were,
But, this... Yeah.
No, but Anne said that they were waiting on video footage to come through. They're looking for it in that area. She mentioned that in this latest... yeah, she was talking about that.
It's like I want to tell the judge, look at this. They have him going somewhere else, not at the crime scene, somewhere else, while the unalivings are occurring. So how can he be at two places at once? And it's like people have mentioned this before, and it's like, is everybody just ignoring this white elephant in the room? Like it's there in the PCA. I mean, I would just use the PCA and the witness and say, so he was here then, huh? Okay. So
you should use the back.
Did he use his mind to commit the murders in the house?
There's too many white elephants driving around, yo.
Oh my God.
You can morph that white elephant anywhere you want to. You can have it going anywhere you want to.
And they stopped in Pullman first.
Right.
There's all these white elephants.
Yeah, it's not the white elephant in the room. It's the black sheep.
It's not the white elephant.
Yeah, there's white trucks, there's white cars, there's white vans, there's white everything all over the place. Wouldn't that be crazy though? His alibi is he was replacing a flat tire when the crime took place. Right?
Yeah.
I was out driving around.
Crazy.
I told you guys I was out driving around. You wrote it in the PCA. I was driving around.
You wrote it.
But when I told you, you wouldn't take that for, whatever.
And I don't think it's AAA. This is why I think it's a private citizen. Okay, because if it was AAA, I feel like they would have been able to show the records of AAA, and then there goes your alibi is already set. You don't even need to go through all this. I think it's a private person because two things. Number one, I think that's what they didn't want to offer the judge. Remember early on, Yoli, when they wanted the ex parte. I feel like they wanted to say, look, he was out driving around. He replaced his flat tire. we're not going to tell you who helped him because we want to tell you that in person because we don't want to let them know about this person yet? Or would they have to let the prosecution know about so-and-so driver that helped BK?
They would.
They would have
Yeah.
to.
They would have to.
Well, it looks like according to that law you just read.
Yeah, they would have to. They would have to. But my thing is the PCA says he's going somewhere else when the unalivings are taking place. So the PCA, I would just turn in the PCA as his alibi, and say this. And I think that's what she meant when she said, "I'm going to use the prosecution's witnesses and experts to establish the alibi," because if she used the specific word habit, that it was his habit, and that's an evidentiary term that you use where you're trying to establish that someone does something in a routine manner. So if he was driving around in the area 12 times, they say it's stalking. She says it's habit. He has a habit of driving around at night like that.
So what is that going to mean? Like the same people saw him drive? Like where would the witnesses come in?
Yeah, the witnesses that are identifying his pings, that are saying, the witnesses that are saying that he drove, that how they know that he drove around that house 12 times is because 12 times in 6 months is because he pinged or connected to the Wi-Fi or pinged to the towers or whatever.
Yeah, but you can connect in Pullman. You can connect in Walmart. You don't have to be right by the,
So if they're going to say he was there 12 times in 6 months, that could be considered a habit rather than stalking, a habit of driving around at night.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Okay. Yeah.
I got you. I mean, it could be a habit of going to the Walmart in Moscow instead of Pullman. I got into that habit after day 3 of getting frustrated walking up into the hotel like a kangaroo carrying everything in my hoodie because I forgot my damn bag. I'm like, fuck.
But if
how do I do this?
Yeah, if all that pinging and connecting to the Wi-Fi and all that stuff, if all that is debunked, then they don't have much of anything, I don't think.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it.
I agree with Detective Golden. 12 times in 6 months in an area that small is not stalking.
No.
I mean, I live in an area where there's town upon town. Like, you can't even tell when one ends and the other one begins. It's like town after town after town. And, I'm all over the place. I don't know how the cell phones ping here, but, to go to another town that's really close by, I do it way more than 12 times in 6 months. Lord.
And he's new to the area. He's going to go sightsee. He's going to go drive around and check things out.
Sure.
And, check out the girls and what have you. So I'm not surprised. But I'm surprised he only did it 12 times. I would have been like, oh, I'm just going to take a drive and check that out and check that out. So
stalking is 12 times in a week.
Right.
Or in a day.
In a week. Yeah.
To that address. Not just in general where it would ping, but to that address. Did he go to that address 12 times in one day? Then that would be
that's a
very
steak.
That is a sus cake. Yeah.
Yeah, like I wonder how many times Dimitri, I think that's what his name is.
Demetrius?
Yeah, I wonder how many times he's pinged on there.
Oh, I'm sure a bunch. I mean, you saw his girlfriend coming out on one of the body cams, with the bandana and stuff. They were, they were around. I mean, hell, you saw all the house parties they had. Half the time they weren't even at their own house when there was a house party going. Hey, who lives here? Who rents this place? Hold on, we'll call her. Yes, hello. Yeah, they had to call one time.
She's probably upstairs,
right?
Probably because they didn't want to get the whole, the whole spiel about the tickets, but we'd rather you spend it on beer, not tickets.
And they don't even get the names right. They say Megan. Does a Megan live here? And Xana was like, no, Megan, no. And they're like, Megan, how about, you mean Maddie? Oh, yeah, Maddie.
BK has family member over that way?
That's what I heard too. I don't know where I heard.
Really? I never heard that.
Me neither. That's
like
weird.
an uncle? Are you talking the uncle? The uncles that were twins and one of them murdered somebody? I know one of his uncles is. They
I
had
think
like
that was down in Florida, wasn't that down?
Or was that in Florida?
Yeah, I think that was in
Sister?
Florida.
I don't think he
That
has a
was
sister.
somebody he had spent summers with or something, and that person had been on. No, he wasn't a murderer. He was in one of those shows where he was trying to pick up a minor or something like that.
Yeah, I remember
Wasn't
hearing
it?
about that.
Yeah.
No, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, and somebody brought that video up.
His sister. His sister lives there? I thought his sister lived at home
New
with her
Jersey.
parents. Because she was at the home when it got raided.
Yeah.
I've never
thought
heard
his
that
sister-
before.
I haven't heard that either.
His sister was in the neighborhood? From the very beginning.
I never heard that.
I didn't either.
Yeah, I never heard that either.
Mm-mm.
I wonder if that's true. Where did you hear that?
There's more than one.
Well, I did hear something that he had a relative there, but I didn't hear there was a sister.
In Moscow over by 1122? What? What?
Wait, where's that information coming from?
I ain't never heard this.
Yeah.
From the beginning.
Maybe I did and I forgot.
From the beginning, what? They were both home because of loss of jobs. No,
Yeah. They lost their jobs. But I want to know, Katrina Miller,
from the beginning.
where did you hear that? Where's that information coming from?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Where did we hear it, Katrina?
I'm sitting here watching chat right now. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
I know, me too.
Yeah, sisters.
Here, let me read some of this while you see what's going on. I've never heard of that. Let me find it. Okay. A hearing on the defendant's motion for change of venue will be held May 14th at 1:30 p.m. Pacific time. Will be in person, open to the public, and streamed. All right, so we have.
Oh wait, the defendant's witness. Let me just
Let's see, April 17th for a notice of defense of alibi. So the alibi is due May 17th, April 17th. May 14th is for the change of venue motion. That'll be open to the public. So we'll find, they better change it. Defendant's brief witness list and any evidence the defense wishes to present in support of the motion for change of venue must be filed. Yeah, just give him a map of Moscow. It ain't fitting.
Write it on his calendar because he doesn't.
Yeah, in big letters.
Yeah, in pink.
Oh, here's the deadline for discovery. Check this out.
2024.
Yeah, oh, hold on one second. We got Rosie joining us too. What's up, Rosie? How are you doing?
Hi,
Rosie.
Hi.
Thank you for hopping in. Let me see. Now the deadline. Now, Mr. Thompson's like, yeah, we could be ready by this summer, and the deadline for the discovery is September 6th. Come on. And I guarantee you, he's going to get there. I'm still waiting. And then the court, can we just move on without it? Yes, Judge, because that's exactly what I wanted to happen. So I can say that there's nothing beyond this piece of paper that says Brian Koberger. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
I think that's what's up. What's up, Rosie? How you doing this morning for you, this evening for us? What time is it over there? Like 2?
No, it is 4:40 something.
No, that's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah, we're just talking about these new documents that came out. Nothing much, but this one's got some dates at least. Not like the dates matter when it comes to what the judge says, because he gives them a date. I mean, hell, think about it. This discovery was supposed to be like just for the IGG was supposed to be December 1st, and she's still saying she don't have it.
No, I think she does, doesn't she?
No, she says the IGG video and cast data she's waiting on.
I mean, I don't understand. If they say they have to have, they give a date for discovery, what happens then, Yoli? Do they get in trouble? They just say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I got it. Give me another 5 minutes."
In Moscow, they're like, say, "Oh, sorry."
Yeah, we've been waiting. Sorry.
I don't know, but in over here in California, in civil, if you don't have discovery, you have 30 days to turn over discovery. If you need an extension, you get it. If they don't turn it over, or if they turn over BS, then you file a motion to compel, and you get sanctions against the other side for not providing the information that you're entitled to. That's what you do here. And the sanctions are based on the time that it took to file the motion to compel. So then you put a declaration saying, I spent this much time writing this motion and blah, 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 and my hourly rate is this. Or you say this is the amount of time and this is like the monetary value of whatever. And you get, I've gotten like $3,000 in sanctions from defendants because they didn't want to turn over stuff. So I don't know, I guess in Moscow and criminal courts, it's like, oh, whatever, just, take your time.
Why even set a date then? Well, if you're not going to get in trouble.
They have to.
That's not right.
So other than a monetary value, it holds absolutely no other value?
Well, it does if they continually do it. If they continually do it, then that's discovery abuse, and they can actually get terminating sanctions.
Well, discovery abuse? I never heard of that before.
Are they still able to bring in the discovery, or they can't?
Well, so like if I bring a motion to compel to get discovery because they're not turning it over, they usually have some objection as to why they're not turning it over. So that objection is looked at by the judge, and if the objection does not hold water, he will order them to turn it over and issue sanctions. And the sanctions are based on the time that it took, me to do the motion to get the information. But if they have a habit of continually doing this, and I have to keep filing motions to compel, and I'm right, the objections still don't hold water. At some point, the judge can make a determination and say, you're engaging in discovery abuse.
Can anybody else higher than him, though? Because I don't see the judge doing that to Bill Thompson.
Well, I'm a little confused.
Can somebody else say, hey, that's like, they don't even have to have it presented to them. Is there somebody that watches over these counties that says that's discovery abuse? Or is it
appeal? You have to go to the Court of Appeal. No.
So Ann Taylor would have to actually file it.
It's up to the attorney to make the points, right? So if I have to keep doing motions to compel, it's up to me to bring it to the judge's attention that look at how many times I've had to do this.
Right.
This is not a mistake. This is not based on a good faith belief as to whether I need the information or not. It's a gray area. This is abuse of the discovery process. So, it's up to the attorney advocating, for the client that this is abuse. And so, the judge can make his own determination, but the attorney has to argue that. And so if you don't argue that, the judge may just be sanctioning them, and they'll never get terminating sanctions. But when they engage in that, and I haven't had that in medical malpractice, it's so not like that. But in the other cases that I've had before I started doing medical malpractice, it was commonplace. And so you have to keep pushing, and the judge eventually can issue terminating sanctions, which means you're done.
But he won't. He won't.
Well, see, I don't know what the procedures are in criminal law over there, but I I find it strange that there are no penalties for not providing things.
He's so lenient with the prosecution on their deadlines already. I don't even see him. His line in the sand is removable. He keeps picking it up and moving it.
It's a moving target.
I don't see him even doing anything like that.
So I mean, I could put myself in Ann Taylor's position, although I've never defended a criminal in a death penalty case. But my personality is a little bit different. Her personality is, maybe she knows more things about that area and the people that she's just, being reserved. But you file a motion for prosecutorial misconduct. But and that motion is going up to the appellate court or Supreme Court. It's in the process of doing that. So you file that prosecutorial misconduct, which is a big thing. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, she's saying, "Oh, I don't think it's Mr. Thompson. I think Mr. Thompson is doing a great job." Okay. I don't think it's Mr. Thompson. And it's kind of like, okay, why do you need to say that? You don't need to say that. You just need to say, I haven't received these materials and we're entitled to them.
Because I think it was her way of saying that she understands that it's not Mr. Thompson, it's the FBI.
Well, but to her point, though, she did file the prosecutor misconduct.
So at that point, you can't say he's committing misconduct in one area. Why would you trust him in this one?
Yeah, exactly.
And so to me,
because she's trying to be 150 about it.
Well, she's trying to be diplomatic, I suppose.
Yeah, diplomatic.
I mean, this is somebody who's accused her of making laundry lists in court, right? So she probably just wants him to sit down.
But if I filed a motion for misconduct, like really bad misconduct against another attorney, I would not be saying, "Oh, but it's okay. He has a lot of he has to get information." It's just not something you do.
Well, it's like this, Yoli. So like with my daughter, with all the stuff that she went through with her mother, even though I knew that she couldn't change and I knew that she was a piece of shit, even though I knew that, I had to tell my daughter, "Honey, your mom can change. Don't worry." Even though I knew it wasn't fucking possible, but I had to tell her, "Honey, your mom can change." Until she was 18 years old, and then when she was like, "Man, my mom's a bitch," and I said, "Yeah, you're damn straight." So then I could agree, right?
Yeah.
So, and
it's the same thing.
Well, it's a professional thing. I mean, you don't go accusing.
Right.
You don't go accusing somebody of something, and then make a point of saying, "Oh, you don't have to make that point." What I'm saying is, you can just say, "I understand there's some difficulties, but we are entitled to it and this and that." But she makes a point of doing that. And to me, it's bizarre. That's all.
I think it's because she's like, "Look, he fucked up this already, but when it comes to when it comes to me getting this IGG information, I know that he's having just as much of a problem as I am because it's classified." And that's why I think she made a point about it, was because she's like, "I know we're asking, and I know you want this trial to hurry up and be this summer, Judge, but I can't do my work if I don't have what I'm asking for. And you've already you've already asked the prosecution 2 times to get everything from these other agencies. And now you're telling us maybe in September you can get it." And that's why I think she made a point like, "Look, Judge, it's not us delaying the trial, Judge. It's not the prosecution. It's beyond that. Regardless if he had malpractice earlier, I think it's the specific about the gaining the IGG information, not about how effective he is in the whole trial or the process of it, just that particular part."
And it's true that the prosecutorial misconduct did not involve discovery. It involved the grand jury proceedings.
Right.
But in the grand jury proceedings, you're presenting evidence which would be a part of discovery. Okay. So what and it involves the instructions to the grand jury. Now, probable cause was this alleged instruction to the grand jury. We heard from the other guy, the male attorney, that 6 jurors had questions.
Yeah,
okay, so we know 6 jurors had questions, and what were those questions about? Probably about the evidence, probably about the discovery. That it's about the evidence. And anytime you're exchanging information, it's discoverable, but it doesn't mean that the information is admissible. So you're entitled to get it, but it doesn't mean it's admissible. So the grand jury proceeding, defense isn't there. Defense doesn't know what was presented. So she files this prosecutorial misconduct. It involves information that is presented to the grand jury and instructions on, like, did they say, oh no, don't worry about that, you don't need to have that?
Right.
No. So it does involve information. It involves information that should be exchanged in discovery, because whatever they're producing to the grand jury is evidence. It's evidence. It's something that the defense has to have. So because they're not there, they can't defend themselves. So the grand jury process is really very difficult situation. So I think, to me, and this is just my personality, because I just argue a point till I win. Like I don't, I'm not the type that's just going to keep my mouth shut. Okay. But that's my personality, and it works for me. But
it works for my daughter too.
Yeah. I wouldn't be here. Like, I would not have gone up against some of these people by myself if I did not have this personality. So to me, I get frustrated, that she says, oh, we know that, it's not his, I know he's trying to get the information. Okay, she may know that, and that may be true, but she doesn't have to say that. Why would she? It's like,
because the judge had just got done stressing he didn't want delays in the trial, and she's stressing to the judge about the specific IGG that they're waiting on, the 95%. He's waiting for the other 5%. I think that's why she said, Judge, it's not me, it's not the prosecution. Don't get upset if this trial goes to the summer of 2025 because of classified information that's not being given to me or the prosecution or to you.
right.
And you're not going to know how important it is because you don't understand it, but me and the prosecution do. And so that's why I'm saying it's not about the totality of Thompson. It's about telling the judge, look, Judge, we understand you don't want to delay this trial. You open the hearing about how you don't want to delay. You don't even want to think about it being next year. You want it to be this summer. Judge, look, it's not me. I understand it's not them. I think she was, like Rosie was saying, being diplomatic about it and just letting the judge know, like, it's not our fault if this goes to 2025.
Well, perhaps, but the other thing, she may have something up her sleeve. She may be, saying, oh, it's not his fault. It's not his fault. And she's going to come back around and,
And I think the evidence is with the grand jury, because when they state in the PCA that they have video footage, well, that is evidence, and I can see that evidence the grand jury wanting, because it's like, yo, can we just like the stock photo, it's like, can we see the real photo that you have, like him going on these well-lit intersections, that you can have this unbelievable clarity of footage captured with all these places that he drove around.
Yeah,
and I think that's what it is.
I think, but overall, I think Ann Taylor's doing.
She's killing it.
Yeah, I think, You know, she's dealing
She
with
mopped the floor, yes, the last one. Man.
Yeah, I mean, but you know, it's like dealing with children. It's like we were talking about yesterday. It's like, come on. You know, can we just get on with this? The mitigation expert has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I mean, I would be irritated. Honestly, I'm judges look at me and they're like, okay, well, okay.
Yeah, I think that's what she's trying to do. Like with this IGG, she's trying to make it a point for the state to not only. I think she's trying to make it a point for the state to admit for once they don't have it. They keep telling the courts and they keep telling the judge, just wait. Huh?
There has to be some IGG information that was given, right?
Headers and redacted.
Because
I'm saying it's classified.
She wants her experts to look at it.
Yeah, it's classified, and that's why Bill Thompson keeps saying he's holding out for hope. So he's delaying it as much as he can because he's hoping at some point the FBI is going to be like, okay, here's this information we were holding back. Now we can give it to you. And the thing is he don't know when that is. So all he can do is, instead of going to the court saying, I'm sorry, Judge, it's classified right now. I don't know when I'm going to get it, if I'm even going to get it, because then what's the judge going to do? Okay, Bill Thompson, admit that you don't have it. We need to move on. Boom, that's a loss for the prosecution because they don't have it. So what he's going to do is he's going to keep dragging it out as long as he can at the hopes that he can get it, when eventually he's not going to be able to. And that, I think that's why Ann Taylor's doing all this, is because she's trying to get the prosecution to a point where they have to admit, Judge, we don't, like the September date, Judge, we don't have it still. Can we wait a little? No, we need to move on. Bam.
Well, I've always said there's a difference between we don't have it and it doesn't exist.
Yeah, he said they don't. Well, he said we simply cannot provide something that don't exist. He also said that.
Yeah, if he said
they don't have it. And if it don't exist, what does that mean? Just like the FBI destroying all their homework, which is typically what they do. So if it don't exist, then he could still be waiting on, just like, why did the FBI go back in there and scan the home again? It doesn't make sense, right? No, it's because maybe they were fishing for something extra that they could give something to the prosecution, and they're like, please, FBI, please find us something. Please find us something, please.
Yeah.
Hold on, court. We got something. FBI, did you find anything yet?
I would.
Did you find anything yet?
I just, at the hearing, I would have been very, very, but who knows? I mean.
But you don't work for the state, Julie. Now, if Ann Taylor was not working for the state, she would have gone harder. She would have.
I can't even put myself in her place. All I know is that if I were doing this, my personality is different, but I probably would be doing the same thing she's doing. I mean, who knows?
Mm-hmm. But she still has to work with these people, so she's holding back. I think that's what's happening here. She's not a private. We see different from private lawyers. I think if he had private lawyers, boom, it would have been a different story.
Yeah, like Johnny Cochran.
Well, is anyone familiar with her other cases? Is this her style? Because maybe this is just, how she does things.
Well, I've seen she's done other DP cases in the past too, and she had her own private law firm before she went to the public defender's office. Does somebody want to? I know somebody had typed it earlier. It was somebody, and Taylor was the name of the law firm.
Look, I mean, if that's how she conducted herself in those cases that were also death penalty cases, then I suppose we can say that's just a strategy of hers. But if it's not something she usually does, then there is something strange, I guess, that with the inconsistency. Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like I was so frustrated, but I feel also like the judge has a lot on his plate too. And like you said, I do have other cases. He's like,
when have I ever told my community that for like getting fumbled in my notes? Everybody, I cover other cases.
But to be on, just to be safe, not safe, but to add to that, I think Loxton He goes hard. Like if you look at his style, he's
Yeah,
more
yeah,
like
it is.
boom, 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 boom. Whereas
Yeah, it is.
she is holding back. And I
Yeah.
think, yes, it could be a strategic move from her end. She's
He's her
gonna
pit
drop a
bull.
bomb. He's more like boom. Like
He's their pit bull.
oh
You
yeah,
know,
he likes
go
to
out and
drop.
do my rough
Yeah.
work, buddy. So I look
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what
So we don't know, and but that was the only thing that I found strange about Ann Taylor. Otherwise, I mean, it may not be strange, but it was just, you know. And I also found strange that the judge said, I asked the prosecutor if he was going to use that IgG information in the case as evidence, and he said he wasn't. Okay,
Yeah, they're trying to move on. They're trying to move on.
The point is, it's in the PCA.
They're trying to move on. Shonda brings up a great point, too. The fact that the state expected the summary within the TUI to be accepted as totality without question, right? We referred her to the TUI letter November 28th, sir. Like, if you want to know everything about it, just look in the letter. Sorry, we don't accept pieces of paper with Brian Christopher Koberger on it. What's up, Steve?
Yeah.
It's her normal demeanor. I think it is. Because I think this is how I look. Even when we found out that the day BK was arrested and then there was breaking news and we went over to the local TV station and we were the ones that were starting to talk about the cleaning crew getting shut down. I remember we were live and it was just breaking crazy that day. And I remember as soon as we seen her with people out there closing down the cleanup crew that morning after he was arrested, we were like, who the hell is this Ann Taylor? And we started looking her up. And back then I thought she was a tarantula. This lady, no, for real, like this lady, and this is why I think she's acting like she's moving very methodical and strategical. And she's going to be that kind of tarantula that moves very softly and quietly. And then at the last minute, you don't even know. All of a sudden, it's taken a bite. And I think she's that way with, with her expertise and her record and what she, it's all about technicality with her. And that's the thing. And see, when you're nice to everybody, it's like a bartender, right? You may not like them, but you're going to talk to everybody. So if you get along with everybody, it's just like being a bartender. So when you get along with everybody up there, do you not know their flaws? You learn their flaws, and then you also learn who's good at what, who's not good at what, who's qualified for this, who shouldn't be qualified for this. And you already know the chessboard and the pieces before you even sit down to start playing a match.
Like a good hairdresser. I get it. Yes.
I don't know about that. I shave my head.
But I just feel my way through things. So you just have to feel your way through things. She may have a strategy and it works for her, and we just don't know it.
Praying mantis.
I mean, we just don't know it. I mean, I act stupid when I was a young attorney. I used to act stupid. Like, what?
Oh, that is like the classic female thing. I can act stupid with the best of them. I do a lot.
When I first had a deposition, I had my little cart with my little laptop back in 2002 or 2003. I'd come in with my little laptop, and these guys would be talking about the case, and they'd say, "Oh, you can set up there." I'm like, set up there. And then the court reporter comes in with her little thing. And I realized they think I'm the fucking court reporter. So I said, I tell the lady, you can set up there. And they've been talking about this case in front of me. and then they just look at me and they're like, I said, hi, I'm Yolanda Medina. I'm plaintiff's counsel. And they're like, holy shit. And yeah, we went on and got a $4.5 million verdict in a trial.
Yeah, see, it worked out for you.
Yeah. But anyway, she has her style.
Oh, okay. So hold on. This is from Detective. This is an article from the New York Post that says Brian Koberger's sister starred in horror movie where young people were stabbed.
Yeah, we knew that though.
but
I didn't know that.
But it doesn't say she lived in the area.
In 2011. Yeah, this is from 2011. So yeah. Movie from 2000. Yeah, it's called Lori. Appears as Lori in the 2011 flick 2 Days Back. In remote Moscow, Idaho.
And I can't imagine what Aunt Taylor is dealing with. I mean, she's got a lot of pressure.
I'm sure they all do. I mean, it's got to be crazy for everybody involved. I mean, in high stakes poker too, you got a DP, and it's not ironclad.
Yeah.
So it's got to be scary knowing that somebody else's life depends on your effort, which it's like I was watching this interview with Terry Crews on Club Shay Shay the other day, and he was saying, if you, no matter what you get paid, and this is how I work, it's like no matter what you get paid, you always mop that floor like you're making $1 million.
Yeah.
You always give extra when it comes to your effort about whatever, because you always want to make sure that, it's kind of like how I say I don't want to live with regrets. That's why I always give extra, just because I don't want to look back on something and say I wish I would have. It's about seizing opportunities. It's not about because legacy isn't about the current. It's about what lasts after you're gone, and that's what's important. And so anything that you do, whether it's what you do in life or how you approach people, or the energy that you bring to the world, it's not about what you do today. It's about what you're doing for tomorrow, and that's what's going to be important. And so,
Right.
it's just like with them, they gotta be, with somebody else's life on the line, they gotta be mopping that floor like they're getting paid $1 million. Because what if you didn't, and then somebody,
Yeah.
somebody's life was.
I don't know if I could take that pressure, honestly. I mean, doing a YouTube channel, I'm not certainly don't do it for the money, but also if I'm wrong, it's just me. People might get upset. I might be upset with myself. But when you're an attorney and you're in this position where you are actually defending somebody's life, the pressure's got to be phenomenal.
Yeah.
And it is conceivable. It is conceivable that the dude is guilty.
Right.
It is conceivable, so we have to take that into consideration. That it's a hard case to defend as well, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
Because she, what if, even if she is, she's a public defender and she knows, and even any defense knows you might be representing somebody that really is freaking guilty, and most of the times they probably are.
Mm-hmm.
And you still have to do everything at that point. And so it's always your mission to try and make sure that they get a lighter sentence than what they're going to get, even if they are guilty as shit and you already know about it. Yeah.
I mean, a dude is in the predicament, to say the least. He put himself in a position, unfortunately for him, guilty, not guilty, I don't know. I honestly, in my head, the only way this whole makes sense is he has something to do with it. His name is thrown in there because he's got something to do with it.
What if it's just because he pawned a knife?
I don't know. I'm just saying he is in a predicament.
Yeah, especially with the DNA on the inside of the button snap.
Mm-hmm.
That's been my, whether the dude's guilty or not, that's my biggest question is where did the sheath come from?
Yeah.
Where did the sheath come from?
And the sheath is not the murder weapon. Sorry. Everybody seems to go, oh, there's DNA on the sheet. There's DNA. Okay, did the sheet kill anybody? No. So you don't have DNA on the murder weapon.
Well, why would Mabbitt, when the reporter's asking her about stabs and she says, no, not stabs, more like this. Why wouldn't she say, yeah, it's stabs? If it was a K-bar, because that's what it would have been, right? It's not this huge ass blade. It's a little short knife. It would have been stabs.
But it's like, you show me DNA, not touch DNA, but regular DNA on a murder weapon that's in the house, and maybe I might think differently, but no.
Well, if he was the driver, so if you look at it from that point of view, he had no idea, let's say, who he was driving. He did a favor for somebody, let's say. He's in a predicament, right? Let's say in that kind of predicament. Imagine having to defend him on that level.
Yeah.
That'd be tough. I mean, yeah, imagine if you knew that he did this to those students and you had to defend him. I don't know if I could, maybe in my younger days, when I didn't have a conscience, I would have been like, yeah, let's fucking do it, bro. But like today, I don't know if I could, I probably wouldn't be a very good defense attorney because I would have a hard time morally giving this person 150% effort if I knew that they committed that crime. I'm just being honest.
Somebody defended Lori.
It would be hard,
right? You look at Lori Vallow.
Right?
She got defended.
You know, the way that I would look at it is not defending the client necessarily, but making sure that the police did their job so that, like, I would have to have the mindset if I was going to defend somebody like that, or a criminal that I knew I did it, who was a horrible person. My mindset would have to be the police. Did you do your job right? Where did you go? What did you do? Because defending the person themselves is going to be difficult. Like, that's why they hire mitigation experts, because they deal with that. They talk about why they did what they did and why they shouldn't get the death penalty and blah, blah, blah. But, I wouldn't know how to do it. I guess, I would just attack the police work. That's all you can do.
I know, but even at that point, I couldn't even I don't know if I could even do 150. I would have to be a part of a prosecution team because then you're always given 150.
Yeah.
It would be hard.
It would be. It'd be like a Wall Street, screwing over some grandma and grandpa for their retirement.
Right.
Well, so does the prosecution team at times. So it doesn't matter which side you are on, because you could be prosecuting someone is innocent too.
True.
That happens.
Very good.
So
yeah.
Like both
I wouldn't do it. Can you turn those down? I can turn that down, can I? Damn it, Golf.
Sorry.
my balloon went.
Oh. Well, you're not a prosecutor. So I'm not making your life choices change.
I want to be. All right. Let's listen to this real quick. See what she says when we're talking about these injuries. Okay, check this out.
Kathy, with a C, Mabbitt, Mabbutt.
What's up, Courtney? Yeah, we have.
How long have you been doing this for?
I've been doing it for 16 years, and I just got reelected for another 4.
Yeah, she's so experienced.
So what is it or I guess, when did you get the call on Sunday?
I got the call just a few minutes after noon that there were 4 homicides, but I didn't go to the scene because of law enforcement doing their investigation first. So I didn't actually go to the scene until about 5 or 5:30.
Control.
Can you walk us through, like, for our viewers, kind of the process between when police show up and then you guys getting the bodies and doing your examinations?
Sure. Well, law enforcement goes through and looks for any evidence, takes videos and pictures of everything in there, and they'll start talking with people. So
dirty DNA.
I don't really need to be there for that. They can't move the bodies. I mean, the bodies have to stay as they were until the coroner gets there. So that's what my job is, to look at the bodies.
As a coroner, do you guys do the autopsies and all that?
No, we some do if they're an actual medical examiner, but we have forensic pathologists and we contract with Spokane to do that.
So in your experience, what is it that you saw when you showed up?
Well, there was a lot of blood. It was a very sad scene with 4 murdered college students.
A lot of blood.
You're willing all 4 deaths on site?
Yes.
And can you give us an address?
I believe that the press release was that they were from a sharp object. So
static.
Yeah, I will know more after the autopsies tomorrow.
And do you believe this could be a murder-suicide?
No, there are 4 homicides.
And when it comes to doing the investigation post-autopsy, that falls on you, correct?
Yes. It's my job to determine the manner and mechanism of death.
And then I know with toxicology results, there can often be a delay. So do you have any idea how long it could take if this were relevant to get any type of results back on that?
Well, the toxicology reports, right, they usually take 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes longer. But they might, I don't think they're going to be relevant in the actual manner or cause of death.
And do we know how long between the time of death and when police found them, approximately?
No, I don't know for sure.
Do we have any, could it have been hours? Could it have been a day? Was it maybe close? Is there any sort of time frame there?
Not that I'm aware of.
When you said the scene was really difficult, I mean, is this something you've had to deal with before?
Since I've been coroner, there have been at least 2 other multiple homicide scenes that I've been involved in. So.
Would you say this is probably the most recent?
No, it's hard to just single it out. It's the only one I've been to where there have been 4 people at one scene. There have been the other ones have had multiple scenes.
And when she stopped, when she talked about blood earlier.
Not that I'm aware of, but I wouldn't necessarily be notified either.
Okay. I didn't know if that was because the injuries could be
Oh, right.
Were the deceased all in close proximity to each other, or were they in different rooms?
I don't know that I can discuss that.
My next question too. I think will we be able to get a copy of your report? I'm sure.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Just call.
Yes.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. Do you know what the time frame for that would be?
It just depends on how relevant the toxicology report is.
Whoa, why would they do that?
Okay. So it was the 4 to 6 weeks.
It could be. Yeah.
And why would she pause like that when she talks about the blood?
I've been doing it for 16 years, and I just got reelected for another 4.
So what is it that, or I guess, when did you get the call on Sunday?
I got the call just a few minutes after noon that there were 4 homicides. But I didn't go to the scene because of law enforcement doing their investigation first. So I didn't actually go to the scene until about 5 or 5:30.
Can you walk us through, for our viewers?
Listen to when she says the blood.
Between when police show up and then you guys getting the bodies and doing their examinations.
Takes videos and pictures of everything in there, and they'll start talking with people. Or for that, they can't move the bodies. I mean, the bodies have what my job is to look at the bodies.
As a coroner, do you guys do the autopsies and all that? So in your experience, what is it that you saw?
Right here, sorry.
Well, there was a lot of blood. It was, it was.
Yeah, to me, what else can you say except,
yes,
you know,
What that is, it sounds to me like she's had some kind of a briefing on what she can and can't say, and she's trying to remember if that is because she's like accessing memory. She's like, can I? So I don't think that she's necessarily not telling the truth, but she's trying to think back on, is there something they said I can't talk about? That's the impression that I'm getting from her behavior there.
Yeah, because why wouldn't she be allowed to show up until they were done doing their investigation if she's the frickin' coroner? She should have been there
I don't
right
know.
away. She should have been there right away with all of them while they're doing their investigation, because she should be part of it, because she has the control over the movement of the bodies and what happens to the bodies at the crime scene.
Yeah, I think, I mean, as far as I would know, and I don't know anything about the US, is they would be allowed to just take the photos before she can get in there and start working, just so that the kind of like the initial scene has to be frozen in time before she can start moving things around. So I know that the photographs should sort of be first, unless they're going to be doing like videos or sketch or something. But other than that, she should be allowed in sooner, as far as I understand.
Yeah, because any other case, any other reports from other cases, the coroner is always there. Well, if not, they're like one of the first few people there that shows up at any of these. Is there any other cases anybody else covers that a coroner doesn't show up right away? Where they're like not there for an hour and a half to 2 hours, or I mean, hell, an hour and a half, 2 hours?
I can't think of any.
Wouldn't they send like an assistant if Kathy's out hanging out with Fry in the log cabin up north 3 hours away? Then they have her assistant go, right, until she can go? I mean, they have to. I've never heard of a case where the coroner is not one of the first few people that arrive there. I've never heard of a coroner having to wait until the investigation. Because what if they need to move the body, while they're freezing in time the crime scene? They need to ask the coroner, hey, is it okay if we move this body a little bit so we can grab this item?
I mean, I wouldn't know, but I think so.
Every case that I've covered. Yeah, I mean, every case I've covered, the coroner is always there on scene. Right. So I don't understand, really.
And that's what I mean. Like when she says, well, I couldn't get there, until they were done doing their investigation. And to me, it was like, well, what if you had to move Maddie's body to get the sheath? Well, you're going to have to ask the coroner, right? Hey, Miss Mabbitt, is it okay if we lift up the leg so we can grab this? She has ultimate say. You cannot move that body until she says so.
That's what I understand.
Yeah, you're not allowed to. Just like with Florida, they move the bodies and a coroner wasn't even there, right?
Mm.
They just picked up the bodies and took them to the fire station.
Well, from a time perspective too. So if you think about it, the sooner you can get to a body, you can determine the I mean, of course, determine cause and stuff like that, organs, whatever. Isn't that like a time restriction thing as well?
Well, why wasn't she there before LE?
Well, so they didn't even let, to begin with, ENT go in there, right?
That's what I understand.
Yes. That's what
we
heard.
Weird, because if it was for an unconscious person, sorry.
Yeah. But I'm thinking about time. Like, you have to determine as soon as possible.
Right.
But that's just, I don't know anything about this, so don't take my word for it. I'm just thinking about, the time restrictions that you have to make determination. Somebody has to make a determination. Yes, they're dead, right?
Officially. Right, yeah.
You declare them dead.
5 hours difference from when first responders show up can determine, I'm sure it could if you showed up 5 hours earlier, I'm sure you have a higher percentage of determining the the the
time of death, perhaps.
right.
Right?
And then 5 hours later, your percentages, let's say 5 hours earlier, your percentage is 80%. 5 hours later, it drops to 67.
Correct.
Yeah, like
That's what I'm
totally.
saying. Like from a time perspective,
Right.
she should, or somebody needs to, of course,
Right.
be in there.
And if blood was all over the place, well, then why in the hell? If blood's all over the place for her to gulp, I better not say very much. Like it was all over the place. Well, then how in the hell is LE not showing up until 4:30? Why in the hell isn't this lady showing it? Listen, you're in Moscow. It takes 5 minutes to get from one side to the other. Just making a joke out of it. It's a couple minutes longer. But it go from one side to the other. It don't take much at all. And like I was saying, wouldn't she have some kind of assistant if she's not able to make it in a timely manner? So then maybe the assistant could get there, and then even if she's like a half an hour late, at least she can go up to the assistant and be like, okay, catch me up. And then you start your
something.
Yeah.
Something. I mean,
Rosie had a really good point. I mean, if the original 911 call was about a unconscious person, then yeah, why wouldn't the EMTs be there right on the spot and go right in?
Yeah, because you don't need police for that as a priority.
No.
You need the EMTs, right? So they
Exactly.
should have been allowed in first if they were responding to an unconscious person. Because what are the police going to do? Exactly.
Well, this is where it lands on the students that showed up, because if the EMT's running up to the parking lot and they see an unconscious person on the ground in the parking lot because they passed out from trying to go inside to see what happened, then that's up to the students, because the students should have been the ones to say, you need to go inside too, if they didn't go inside and if that's how it went down. Otherwise, how could you, unless the doors were shut and you turned the ambulance around, well then why in the hell did you shut the door and turn the ambulance around? That don't, for EMT to not know, and if students were in there before, they had to have went into are they going through the sliding glass door, or are they going through the bottom door too?
Yeah, see, I think this is going to be a big thing, just my opinion. But, and even about what Yoli was saying about the sheath and the fingerprints on it, but I would be more concerned with that DNA if there wasn't other DNA in there. Okay. Yeah. And there was from a lot of people. So just because you've got a sheath and then you've had people walking around, I mean, hypothetically, what if somebody planted the sheath because they found it later? Like, when did it show up? And who moved the body? Was the coroner there? Did they say you can move the body? I mean, there's a lot of questions, and I think it's going to open up a lot of room for the defense to come in and poke holes in it, because it was just messed up from.
Well, maybe your dirty DNA glove grabbed the button snap to pull it from Maddie's body, so you didn't have to move Maddie's body, and that's how the touch DNA got inside the button snap. Because you had to yank it. You had to yank it so you didn't have to move the body.
Yeah, there's just too many open areas in this, and I mean, I certainly have always said if Kohberger did it, he should get the DP, but. There's, in my opinion, there's just too many things that as a juror, you're going to have to wonder about, and I certainly think Ann Taylor is going to hammer in on all of those things.
Let me see here.
Especially if the chain of custody is out, which it seems like it is.
Caddy sent me an article here. This is, thank you, Caddy, the Coroner, Idaho. Let me see here. Here's the link to it. Let me read it. Caddy, do you know? Let me see. It's towards the bottom. Is it, let me see here. Investigations, autopsies. Let me see here. No. Qualifications. Let me see here. So the coroner may. Let me see. So what types of deaths are required to be investigated? Are they elected? Let's see. The coroner shall. The death occurred as a result of violence. Let's see. If a death occurs that is not attended by a physician and the cause of death cannot be certified by a physician, the coroner must refer the investigation of death to the sheriff or the county or the chief of police of the city in which the incident causing the death occurred, or if such county or city is unknown to the sheriff or chief of police of the county or city where the body was found, the investigation shall be the responsibility of the sheriff or the chief of police. So they didn't invite her because that meant that they could be the responsibility of the bodies would be their choice if they didn't invite her? Is that what that's saying? If the death occurs that is not attended by a physician and the cause of death cannot be certified by a physician, the coroner must refer the investigation of the death to the sheriff of the county or the chief of police.
Yeah, that's what it reads. It's
Whoa. So they did it on purpose for control?
No, she's not a physician, so
no, but she is the coroner, and
right.
It says if
the coroner must refer the investigation.
Right. If the physician can't be there, then the coroner has to.
Or if the death occurs and it's not attended by a physician, meaning a physician wasn't there when they died.
So a doctor has to wait. I thought that was the coroner's job. Why does the coroner have to call Dr. Timmy?
But in a lot of places, the coroner doesn't even have to be medical. I do not understand this coroner's role.
There's two different things. There's the coroner and then there's a medical examiner. The coroner is the medical examiner's assistant. So the coroner goes out to the scene. The medical examiner does too sometimes, but the coroner is the one who's involved in an investigation, like they go see. But what I'm reading here, it's saying that if a death occurs that is not attended by a physician, like let's say in a hospital, and the cause of death cannot be certified by a physician, the coroner must refer the investigation of the death to the sheriff of the county or the chief of police of the city in which the incident causing the death occurred. So it seems like the investigation shall be the responsibility of the sheriff or chief of police.
They want control.
Idaho Code 194301.
So she's elected to be put in a spot to not affect what the hell. It almost seems like they have their own little. God dang, man. It sounds like they're electing people just to put them in positions to make sure that they go along with what they want to do. Golf, I want to say thank you. She's got to hop off. I want to say thank you so much for hanging out tonight. I appreciate you. And thank you for last night. It was a hell of a time.
Oh, no, I have to go.
Oh, you too, Silky. Thank you too.
Yeah, I got to work in the morning. But anyway, if anybody's listening from my channel, hop on to CJ's because I'm going to stop this stream or I'll be streaming nothing all night. Oh, nice to be on panel with all of y'all. Nice to actually meet you, Rosie.
You too.
Y'all hit me up on the body parts.
I have downtime, so I'm going to hit you up.
Okay.
Bye. Bye.
All right. Bye.
It's always about body parts, Silky. Jeez.
I know, right?
Good night, you two.
Good night.
Good night.
I appreciate
I
you.
wasn't going to go. I was saying night to her.
Okay.
It's okay. I can go.
No, you don't have to.
Okay. I'm just
No,
joking.
you don't have to. No. Oh, okay.
But to her defense,
Yeah.
she's actually a nurse as well.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And she, every town, like coroners are elected everywhere. It's not just there.
Every single place, huh?
Yeah, it's not just there. Coroners are elected. They
How
can
can
be
you
any.
be
I mean, they can be
elected?
an old cop.
This is what I don't understand, though. How can you be I could run for a coroner and get elected?
You can.
You know what I mean? And
yeah,
how is that right?
I
don't
don't
know
know.
what the hell I'm talking about.
This
you
is
know,
America.
I've only
Everything is
dissected a
possible.
frog golf,
This is America. Everything is possible. You can be whatever you want to be.
and I wasn't even that good at it because it's stunk.
You can be a coroner. Go run for it.
Even judges run. There are some judges who are appointed by the governor and other judges that run to be judges.
Ooh.
So judges don't always know what the hell they're doing. And I mean, I had to do an appeal because a judge ruled wrongly, I believe, on a case of mine. And it's a case I'm going to talk to Silky about. But judges don't always make the right. I mean, I'm floored by some of the judges. Like, what? That's wrong.
So they don't have to be a lawyer to begin with
to
become a judge? Oh. See, there you go. CJ.
That's crazy.
There's a new one for you.
Right. I'd be pissed, man, if I worked my ass off wanting to be a judge one day, and then some guy comes in and swoops in from this is what I never understood about businesses out there. Okay. There's businesses out there that will sit there and hire all these people and want them to give them 150, but then they hire the management positions outside of the company. So to me, it's like, what are you telling your employees? Bust your ass for us, but we're not going to give you an opportunity because we're going to hire somebody from across the street. It makes no sense. Where's the motivation for the employees to work towards a goal? So if you can be a judge and not even have to be a lawyer.
No. Need to go golfing.
What do? You go to judge school and you get a certificate?
You go to golf. You go to golf and get to know as many of
I
those
need to
people.
go play more golf. Fuck YouTube.
Well, some judges.
Judge CJ. I'll have my own TV show.
Woohoo.
Yeah.
I'll watch it.
Wouldn't it be a great show, Judge CJ? Shit.
Yeah.
Well, Judge is already a YouTuber.
Yeah.
I need to.
Sorry.
Some judges are assigned to traffic court, though. They're assigned to various things. The one that scares me the most are the judges that are assigned to family court that may not have a legal background. That drives that.
I'll do parking tickets. In small claims court. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, there's judges for small claims court.
I want to have people fighting over siding of a house. That's what I want to do.
But now
Who
that's
gets the siding?
weird. Honestly, to become a judge without a law degree,
yes,
I don't think there's another country where that's even possible.
How?
I'm pretty sure because I know judges. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you. And I think judges should be litigators because they know what it's like to litigate a case and the time that it takes to do things, and they're not just saying, "Well, why can't you just get this done?" And you're thinking to yourself, because of this and this and this, and they don't know. So in her state, 10 years.
What state is that, Tracy? In her state, they have to have practiced law for 10 years.
I may be wrong on the California law, but I know that
I need to be a
I know that
judge.
there are judges who run.
Damn.
I may be wrong.
I would love to do Judge CJ. I think that'd be fucking fire.
That
I guess
sounds
it
like a
is
good
also
show.
more.
It does, right?
Yeah.
Or me and Silky CJ, Judge Silky CJ. You got both of us on there. Yeah, you had our fire together, and we got that's comedy, baby. That's comedy gold.
I did find out that for the Idaho
But
state
it is
law,
more administrative there in the States, right?
Yeah.
What state allows a judge to be seated without a law degree?
I could be wrong, but I know that some.
Is it maybe in Oregon, right? Or wasn't there somewhere you said that you didn't even have to practice law to be a lawyer?
No, you didn't have to take the state bar.
Or the state bar, yeah.
Yeah. So
No, you don't have to go to law school. There are states in America where you don't have to go to law school. You can take the state bar without going to law school, but you have to take the state bar everywhere.
Yeah. Well, what I found out is since I'm a lawyer here in California, I don't have to take the Idaho State Bar. I can just apply. So I'm going to apply.
Yeah, but you have to have a state bar somewhere. So instead of going to law school, you can do the state bar. Let's say, I think Virginia is one of the states where you can go and do that.
Really? How hard is this? How hard is it?
I mean, it's probably not easy.
Right. But I mean, I won child custody and I represented myself. Shit.
Mm-hmm. No, there are certain
Virginia.
States, West Virginia or something like that, you can do the state bar. But then if you want to transfer to another state, like Yoli says, I think you can, there are states that don't require it. But I mean, to become a lawyer, you can do the state bar in that state.
And then just
without going to law school. Yes.
And jump ship to another state and not have to take. Oh, there's a sneaky way in. Oh,
yeah,
shit.
but you still have to know law.
So I could pass the bar in Virginia and go kick it as a lawyer in fucking Florida.
Well, I don't know about the state laws in Florida. You might have to
That's
do
what I'm talking
the
about.
bar. You might have to do the bar in Florida.
Well, I'll figure it out. I'll find a state. I'll kick it on the beach.
It used to be California. It used to be California and New York had the hardest bars to pass.
Yeah, we don't go to those places.
I don't know about now. I don't know about now how it is, but for Idaho, I did look it up, and because I'm experienced, they call it experienced attorney over 3 years, because I have 22 years. I don't have to take the state bar. I can just apply, and they do the moral character application and that what you have to do, and I could get admitted to practice, and so I'm going to do that.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, you should reach out to Ann Taylor and be like, Ann, yo, right? Is that what you're going to do, Yoli?
I
know how much you want to do.
She can't tell us if she does. Then she won't be on your show anymore.
Shh, hold on 1 second. Let me put the beep up real quick. Beep. Go ahead and tell us, Yoli. Go ahead. What's up, Yoli? You gonna do it?
No, I'm gonna get admitted in Idaho. I think I'm gonna do that.
I would do that if I were you. I would do it in every state you possibly can, because that opens up more states for you.
Can you? So you can have as many states as you.
I don't know.
I
just know Idaho. I don't have to take the state bar. Probably in Oregon, I don't either, because they don't even have their own.
I would do it there too.
Yeah, I am. I'm gonna apply to be an attorney in Idaho and practice in Idaho. And I, as far as helping, and I don't know about that, but I feel like it's an interesting town. It's an interesting state.
From a law perspective, it seems like it. Yeah.
I just know how hard, and all the times you were like, oh, wish I could just open this case. This is great. So I'm like, yeah.
Like I'm impatient.
I would. I'd be like, yo.
So
many questions.
You know what Idaho reminds me of? It reminds me of when I was in St. Croix. I was on a class action case, and I lived in St. Croix for a while in the Virgin Islands. Everything is so slow there. Oh, I mean, that's how I felt with this hearing. I felt like it's like, oh my God. He's like, what day? What's going on? So what happened with the Supreme Court? Are we paused? Are we going to be paused, or do we have to wait till they take it, or what? Oh my God.
Yeah, it's like Eastern Europe.
Oh, it's like
that here in some places as well, but it depends where. Like if you go to Cape Town, it's bad. It's the same.
By the way, my friend Casey Barbero, he worked at the trauma hospital. What is it? Short Trauma in South Africa. Is there a hospital named? There's a hospital in South Africa that takes all the traumas.
Grooteskuur?
Yes.
Grooteskuur, yeah. That's in the Cape.
Yeah, that's
a good one. Really good hospital.
Trauma. They did a lot of trauma. Yeah.
Do you speak Dutch, by the way?
Who?
I speak Afrikaans, which is the same thing. But
where they do the
clicks. So it's like. Oh no, that would be like.
It's like a Dutch
Zulu
dialect or a form of Dutch, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But do you do the click?
I'm not good at it.
The clicks, I remember.
I do speak some indigenous languages, but not well. So.
Oh, I want to hear something. Can you say something with the click?
I can speak Afrikaans.
Oh, I want to hear the click. It's so cool. It's like, how do you even put it in there? How do you put it in there with your tongue when you're saying a word and all of a sudden a click comes out?
Yeah, the click. Yeah. I remember. Yeah. He did it well. He'd be like,
yeah, it's like you talk something, you know. I love it. I think it's so fascinating. I mean, Dutch too, to be honest. It's like those words. It's like, you know. Ooh.
Oh my God, Arabic. My friend.
Yes, I find from speaking Afrikaans, I can read Dutch, and I can understand it, but I just wouldn't know what to say. Yeah.
You know, my friend from Lebanon, I learned some Arabic from her, and get this. I don't know if I've said this before, but the way you say hello to a man formally in Arabic is marhaba kifak.
Oh, what? Say that again.
Marhaba kifak.
No, don't say that, because then my commercials are going to go to ShamWow again.
And then for the women, for how you say hello to a woman is marhaba kifik.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, but a lot of the words. Wow. Well, here's a lot of the words in Arabic are the same, are close to Spanish. Like camisa is shirt in Spanish, and camis is shirt in Arabic. So I learned a lot from her, and I at one point was almost like conversational in Arabic, but she's in San Francisco. We don't get to practice too much.
Yeah, I have a fascination with languages.
I do too.
I just love it. I love it.
The Afrikaans with the clicks, and Casey used to do it so well. It's like, how do you do click?
Yeah.
Afrikaans doesn't have clicks. Afrikaans is like Dutch.
Yeah, but the other language.
We have 12 languages here.
Yeah.
What is it? What is the name of the click language?
The majority of them. So Zulu, Sotho, Tswana. I'll try this now. Xhosa.
You just did it. You just did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. 12 languages, including sign language. But I mean, I only really speak Afrikaans. Yeah.
Wow.
Which has no clicks.
So in school, do you have to learn all of them, or no? This is not obligatory. Is it really? Oh, one of them. Okay.
You have to learn one of them.
Okay.
Yeah. So it'll either be like, if it's your home language, then you'll have to learn something else.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which is good. I think it's good. I think in South Africa, we don't speak enough of each other's languages.
Yeah.
I think there should be more than one, actually. But
interesting. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Never been to South Africa, but
It's beautiful.
Yeah,
I recommend everybody. It's not dangerous if you don't have like a local with you. So make sure like somebody or a tour guide or someone can help you, because there are places where it's not safe to just, you're used to just walking around. There's some places where you can, there's some places where you can't. So you need advice. But if you have that, it's an amazing place. And it's like, I believe, one of the most beautiful places in the world.
Yeah, I've
especially
seen pictures. Yeah.
I recommend everyone visits. It's amazing.
I was going to go when Casey was there. He was there for, he did a residency in trauma surgery there. And he was there for almost 2 years, and I was going to go. He was my boss's son. My boss, he passed away, Frank Barbero. And we were going to go, and then Casey broke his arm. He was doing this, the surf flying or something that they do over there where they're, do you know what I'm talking about? Like they surf, but with a wind sail or something.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
And I drive past and I'm like, that's dangerous. What are you doing?
Yeah. So he was doing that, and he ended up breaking his arm, and then we never made the reservations to go, and then he had to come back. I never got to go, but it would have been nice to go.
You can still go.
I can. I should. Parasailing, is that it? Anyway.
I think so. I just judge those people. It looks terrifying, but
it does. I'm like, what, Casey? What are you doing? It's like, dude.
Sorry about that.
Well, we've been talking about
a lot
South
of
Africa.
tourists.
Yeah, I would love to go too. I wanted to go.
We should have a crime con in South Africa.
Yes, we should.
I'm not getting on a boat.
Or a plane.
They're doing next year's on a cruise.
Oh.
Yeah, forget that.
No, I don't do cruises.
I don't either. Forget that. Nope, I like it right here. I don't even like planes, and I did that. Talk about scary. I was... Ugh. It was freaky.
I'm not great with planes.
I just kept myself busy with work on my computer the whole time. Yeah, that's all I did. I'm like, all right, I got a PCA route to map out here.
Oh, airplanes are safer than cars.
So, Detective Golden, I am correct. So wait.
I could drive into a ditch in a car. Like, what are you gonna do in a plane? Uh-oh.
So, Detective Golden, she researched it and she said, yes, in California, you don't have to be a lawyer to be a judge.
Oh, good Lord.
Let me see here. In 32 states, a person can become a judge without a law degree.
Did
Arizona.
Oh, no, Carolina.
32. Arizona, Colorado, Montana, Nevada, New York.
Not California.
South Carolina. No shit. Texas, Wyoming. There's more. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, elections are scary.
Well, those people, those are the judges that are scary because
like the Murdaws.
Yeah, they're scary because they get elected by people who are powerful and people who want them in those positions.
Yeah.
And believe me, I have some stories that, but yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's like the Murdaws, they elect all their own, and then the ones they know that can be influenced.
Yeah.
They have their own little perfect little operation thing going on.
I was saying earlier that my network was in and out. I think it's much more administrative there because we have a jury here, so there's a lot more on the judge. So it's really stringent. Like they have to have been an advocate for a while and stuff like that, as far as I know. But there's obviously a lot more to do because it's that final decision as well. But yeah, I suppose if it's shared with the jury as well, it's different.
Miss you, girl.
Oh, I just have to do that.
Sorry.
It is I'm upset because of this whole.
I think it's abuse.
I'm just upset when it comes to the whole freaking, these crimes and the people that are coming over here to commit these crimes like Lake and Hope Riley and shit like that. And it's just like, come on, bro, you gotta do better. Quit downplaying it, quit downplaying it. It's
it's just very frustrating.
It's horrible. Just think about like it's 9/11 ain't that far away.
No, but
9/11 ain't that far away.
We have enough people here that do crimes. I mean, like, seriously? Why are we?
You just made it easier for another 9/11, bro. Think about it.
Yeah.
Think about it. You made it a hell of a lot easier for another one. It's I don't know. I don't understand it. That's why I don't understand the whole situation when it comes to that. I saw Speed 2. I'd never get on it. Yeah, I wouldn't either, especially with all the ones that you see get tipped over and break down in the middle of the ocean.
People get sick. There's outbreaks.
Yeah, the outbreaks too, or even hell, didn't some 2 females just go on a cruise and they got AR'd from people that worked on the cruise?
I heard.
Yeah, they gave them date rape drugs.
Isn't there also a missing
on their
couple
last name?
on the cruise?
That too.
Oh, there's a couple from the Caribbean.
Yeah,
Missing
got
from
tossed
the
over.
Caribbean.
Yep, got taken over by pirates. They got tossed over the side, is what they're saying now.
Hmm.
Yeah. Well,
it's not good.
Nope.
So, do you guys want to watch and see what Law and Crime says was the 3 new developments from the Kohberger's hearing yesterday?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see what they have to say about it.
See what they have to say? Because we already we had a great show last night.
Yeah.
I don't know, that should be on the rotation more, because that was we not only broke it down, people.
I hope I didn't say anything bad.
But no, they got a free ticket to a comedy show. Shit, they got 2 for 1. When you get 2 McDoubles for 1, how can you say no?
Judge and his.
I mean, come on. 2 for 1.
So.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Anyway, no, I'll be right back.
Okay. Let me see here. Let me switch it, and we'll get this Law and Crime. Let's see what they say, and let's see if we agree with it here. Hold on 1 second.
Do that in every case.
Brian Kohberger back in court. His attorneys fighting to move his trial and for more access to FBI records that led to Kohberger being named a suspect. I have the top moments from his hearing. Thanks for joining me here on Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Lee.
And I just want to say this is because I've been using some of their videos. We've been using them here and there because I like what they have to say, right? This is what Crime Fix needs to understand. What they're doing now is they're adding this music in the background of their videos, right? Right? And guess what happens? I have to go to my videos after I'm done and mute that section of the video, okay? Now, this is what they don't understand. Why would you mute the section of the video when it comes to $10 when it's a hell of a lot more worth it to you promotion-wise if people actually hear what the fuck you're saying? You know what? I don't understand it. You're worried about $15, so you want me to mute it, when if you would just let everybody else hear what you have to say, don't you think they go, oh gosh, I just watched Anjanette Levy on CJ's show, so I better go sub over there because then I don't want to miss the next one when it comes out in case CJ ain't live.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, people. Come on, businesses. This is true crime. Let's do better.
Levy. Brian Kohberger was back in court.
I just had to say that because it's annoying as hell, and it's like, why would you, they have great points. So why are you, so now you're going to like make people go, you think they're going to go watch your video for the 10 minutes that you're on this show? It just, I don't understand it when it comes, it's about the message, it's about the information, it's about the awareness. And so when they put a $10, restriction on it, it's like, come on. It's more about $10. It's about the truth and the justice for these cases. Just had to say that.
And we thought Judge might set a trial date. That didn't happen. But it's now crystal clear. The trial is not starting before the spring of 2025. And that would be the absolute earliest that it would start. Kohberger's lawyers want the trial moved out of Latah County. They just don't think that he can get a fair trial because of all of the publicity surrounding this case. And there has been a lot, but not as much with the gag order that's been in place since his arrest. Here's a little of what was said about moving the trial in court.
I think we need to address it before a trial setting. It doesn't make sense to set a trial, get right up to it, and then have to have everybody who's under subpoena rescheduled and have to have the public and the families of everybody disappointed because we're going to reset it at the last minute. So I think we should take care of whether or not the court should change venue sooner rather than later.
So we would ask the court to either deny that motion at this time or to set a hearing further down the road and closer to trial.
How do you really know if there's some prejudice without trying to see the jury? It's really a catch-22.
So there's no decision on whether the trial will be moved. That decision will come much later after a hearing is held on the issue. The prosecution wants the trial to stay in Latah County. As you know, the defense wants it moved. There was also discussion about the genetic genealogy the FBI used to identify Kohberger as a suspect in the murders of Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xander Kernodle. Judge allowed Kohberger's lawyers to see some of the material from the FBI, which is unprecedented. Typically, law enforcement does not turn over that material to defense attorneys. But Ann Taylor says she wants more people on her team, specifically her investigators, to be allowed to see that information. Right now, only her genetic genealogy experts can review it.
Their stated reasoning is, quote, to investigate how and when Mr. Kohberger was identified as a suspect, end quote. State maintains they don't need access to all of that highly sensitive information. To satisfy that purpose, that is laid out in the November 28, 2023 letter from the FBI to the state. So we would ask that, one, they be named. If they are granted access, that it be to that letter, and that the balance of the materials be protected.
Your Honor, I know what letter Ms. Jennings refers to, and I think our experts should have access to the actual materials. That letter is a summary. It's a police summary. Our duty is to investigate police work. We do that in every case, and with our heightened duties in a death penalty case, our investigators should have access to the entire record.
What I'd like to do is just get some justification for digging in deeper, if necessary. And I'm not sure it's necessary, but I'm going to keep an open mind about that. So for right now, I would say let's just get your experts looking at the IGG stuff and exactly what they can read from that.
Joining me to discuss the latest twist in this case are two people who've been in the trenches defending clients. Bill Gallagher is a Cincinnati-based defense attorney who's tried and defended 13 death penalty cases. That's right, 13. And Jonna Spilbor is a defense attorney from New York. Thanks to both of you for coming on. Bill, I'll start with you. The defense doesn't think Brian Kohberger can get a fair trial in Latah County. It's a county of 40,000 people. The press coverage has been unprecedented. The defense wants this case moved. The state is saying, look, we think we can try this case here, and we don't even know if there's any prejudice. The judge kind of agrees. How are we going to know that there's any prejudice before we even try to seat a jury? So your thoughts on that?
I really think that, the traditional way is what? You try and pick a jury and see if you can. That's normally what most state laws require you to do. But I have seen, especially in high profile cases, at times where people have done surveys in advance of a trial and used those survey results as an indication of what the general population in that jurisdiction might be feeling about a case. And that would be at least a preliminary way to do that, and so that it doesn't further delay the trial.
Is that what?
I don't think they've
Was
done
that
that, by the way.
right? They
Yeah.
haven't, and
No.
why? That's what I wonder if they are doing it right now, and they are going to be presenting it as their argument. But if you're asking the local public in Moscow, they're already going to tell you, yeah. So how can you have a fair review?
Well,
Right?
yeah. So
Would
probably,
you ask Boise too? I mean, I don't. How would you do that?
well, I guess you would do surveys in a case like this, and
But how would Moscow? You're going to get a bunk survey. It's
well,
tainted.
yeah, but you got to show that it's tainted. And
Drive around and give them footage. And Taylor, use mine. It shows how crowded it is.
well,
I
that's
mean,
one of the ways. That's one of the ways that you get to do a change of venue motion without having to.
please do, Ann. You're more than welcome.
Yeah.
I'll give you the exact clips too. Real shit. Because it shows how crowded it is. I don't know how you can argue it, because to me, if you're going to put a survey out to all the residents, if they even answer, right? Because they're going to have to put a name on it. If they even answer, because you can't have dual votes, so you're going to have to put a name on it.
Number.
Or a number. I just see it being tainted. Like, why would they say, no, we can't handle it here? Unless they really do care, unless there are residents that are like, there's no way in hell this could happen, then you're looked at as a traitor, right? In a small town where people talk about you behind your back. They treat you a certain way if you don't go along with how they want you to go along with. We've heard it straight up from somebody that lived there. From James. Shout out to him. We're going to be having another episode coming up soon.
Yeah.
He lived there. He told you what happens when he spoke out against how things go around there and how they treated him. They attacked him and harassed him.
Sad.
And then everything stopped as soon as he stopped. That's why he has a lot of the struggles he has today, is because of the shit he experienced from Moscow and the church and what, the church school. That's where he attended school, was from the church. It was a church school of the church he went to. They expected you to be a certain way, and if you didn't align with it, well, you got reprimanded. So it to me, it would be, I don't know, it wouldn't even, it would kind of like go against your argument instead of going with it. Because then you're like saying, well, my argument is that there's 98% say in Moscow say they can have a fair trial. That's like going against, that would be something like the prosecution would hand as their reasoning for it staying. So how could you get an impartial vote? I don't see it. How can she argue a change of venue other than somebody driving around saying, look at how cramped it is? You can't even have two cars going in different directions because there's cars that are parked on both sides sometimes, and you only have enough room for one on a two-way street. And this is downtown.
Can she not also gesture to the fact that she hasn't been able to get any interviews? So that, there's already an attitude. She said people are slamming doors in her face.
Mm-hmm.
So can that also be a reflection of the jury?
That's a good question. Can the community that are part of the community, which are witnesses, are slamming the door? Then how can you get a fair trial if those people aren't even open or unbiased to even talk to you?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
That's one of the things that if you try to do a survey and you have proof that you're trying to do a survey and nobody's talking to you, that would be proof that there is some prejudice. But that would be one way to prove it, as opposed to Ann Taylor just saying, nobody wants to talk to me. If they did do a survey and the doors were shut on them, or nobody wanted to speak to them, then that is one way you can say, we tried to do the survey to get what people's thoughts were about this case and whether they could be fair, and nobody would talk to us. And here are the results of the numbers of the people that we went to, and blah, blah, blah. And so that would be one way to show that a change of venue is necessary. And that would be one of the purposes of the survey, if not to get information, to show that people aren't open. They're not willing, to talk.
What show that out of so many residents, you only got 100 vote, 100.
Something like that.
And so that can be shown as, look, I only got 100 responses out of, 15,000.
Something like that.
20,000. What am I supposed to? Okay. That could be shown as impartial too.
Yes.
Well, that's good then. I guess it's good if they do that then, I suppose. Okay.
That's one of the ways.
That would be my argument. Why are we all going to show up at the courthouse ready to try a case that's going to take months if 2, 3, 4 days into it, we realize we're in the wrong venue. We can't try this here. We're going to have to go somewhere else in the state and then start all over again. That's not really fair to anybody getting ready for such a long and involved trial. So, hey, let's just do a survey. Maybe they can even agree on the questions from both sides to figure out whether or not residents of that area have sort of prejudged this case.
Mm-hmm. And Judge talked about that, the fact that they could send out the jury questionnaire and evaluate it from there. But are you talking about maybe sending out a survey even before a questionnaire, Bill?
Right. I'm thinking we're not sending it necessary to prospective jurors. We're gonna figure a way, I think, to do the same sort of cross section of the community survey to sort of be representative. Lots of universities have departments that do this all the time. They do survey type of work, and they can get into a little bit more about what have you read in the press about this? What are your feelings about this? Without poisoning necessarily the mind of an actual juror, you can tell the judge these are what the attitudes are well before we even think about jury selection. You can do it now.
That's really interesting. Jonna, what are your thoughts? Because this is a case that I think has had an unprecedented amount of press coverage. And I say that because we have social media now.
Yeah.
We have Facebook groups. We have Reddit. We have Twitter. We have TikTok. My God, TikTok. If you go on TikTok, the number of videos about this case, it's insane. Now, I'm not saying every juror in Latah County, Idaho is on TikTok or Reddit reading all of this stuff, but there's a lot out there about this case. In the Vallow case, in the Daybell case, they just moved these things. They were like, you know what? We're moving it. We're moving it to Boise. That's it.
Yep.
So what is your thought? Do you think this is something maybe they should just pick it up and move it? Or do they have to try to seat a jury first?
Yeah. So ordinarily, I don't get my feathers ruffled over changes of venue for the reasons that you just said. In this day and age, guys, I mean, with so much digital out there, our smartphones that never shut off, like everybody knows about every high profile case. So usually a change of venue really is something that turns out not to be necessary or not to be a big deal. However, this case I do think is different because it is very, very small town, because it's a death penalty case, because the circumstances are just so gruesome and there's been so much coverage. I mean, you mentioned before we went on the air today, 9,000 tips. Well, how many of those 9,000 were from the 40,000 people in that small little community? I mean, it's a big number. And my thought is kind of similar, like, why not just get ahead of it? What harm is there in changing the venue to a nearby or not so nearby town to avoid what Bill was talking about, to avoid the wasting of everyone's time and resources, calling all these people in for voir dire only to learn that it's not going to be possible to get the fair and impartial jury. So if ever there was a case that screamed for a change of venue, I think this one's it.
I want to take a second to tell you about truthfinder.com, right? And I just don't understand. I don't think you have to be in the weeds into a case. Like, knowing about it, knowing that this horrible crime happened in your backyard, 4 college students
What's up, AI?
slaughtered in the middle of the night in their off-campus home, of course you're going to know about that, but not every prospective juror is in the weeds. But there is a lot of press coverage about this. Another thing I want to talk about is the fact that neither side believes this case can be tried before the spring of 2025. Judge, it gives him major heartburn. He just can't believe that he would even have to think about setting something out that far. But this is a case that's unique in that right now, as it stands, and there's more discovery to come, although the state says the defense has the bulk of it, the defense has 51 terabytes of information to comb through. And that's a ton of information. Plus, they have the mitigation phase. It's not like just the trial phase. They also have to prepare for the mitigation phase. And so that's a lot of information, Bill. I don't know if you've had a case approaching that many terabytes of information, because they're going to have investigators,
Video.
I assume, who are going to comb through all of those tips to see if there's anything they can look into. They're going to have to look at all of the survey.
Okay, isn't it like 2 terabytes? Is what did Ann Taylor say in the court hearing on the 28th? 2 terabytes is like 6.5 million documents.
Yeah, how many filing cabinets? She was
Right,
comparing
it's
it to some filing
mostly,
cabinets. Yeah.
yeah, it's mostly not that all of it's video, but it mostly is. Trust me, I have on location video, and I'm telling you, it takes up a shit ton of memory. All my shit's on an actual another device because of how much memory it takes up, and you're talking terabytes. My Moscow trip was almost a terabyte.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just Moscow and Pullman.
Yeah.
It's video. It's mostly video. And I don't know. I probably wouldn't even be going through the video, honestly.
Well, they tried and they can't puzzle it together. The
I
sound
would.
and the
Yeah. I mean, I
audio
would.
with visual.
I would have went through the video that's around the property. Other than that, I'm not looking at it. I mean, I would want to be prepared what's on the video by the property. Other than that, so what if my car's going by fucking A&W? You know, so what? Is it going by the property? Can you tell that that's the vehicle? It's got to be, but really, this is what it's a lot, but really, it's not, because there's not a whole bunch of terabytes of video from the neighborhood. It's everything from Pullman to Moscow to Troy to all these different locations, and it's all of that video, every single camera on the path that's a ring camera, every single surveillance camera from a business or a school, a traffic camera, all of these different cameras in all of these different locations. I would say maybe just at the footage that's around the property, from a couple block area, when you're talking ring cam and surveillance, I would imagine it would be less than a terabyte. It would have to be less than a terabyte. I'm thinking maybe really, I'm going to say 100 gigabytes. I'd be surprised if it was even 100 gigabytes when it comes to so it's not much. And I wouldn't think it would take very long to go through that footage and see if you can determine if in fact you can see Kohberger or not. And I really highly doubt that you can. And when it comes to a license plate, I think they would have used that photo for a vehicle instead of putting out a stock photo if they had a license plate. Why they didn't put one out without the front license plate on, I don't know. Because if you had some kind of footage and you knew it was him, don't you think you would have some kind of photo that shows one figure driving in a vehicle, even if it is a shadow? There would be something. There'd have to be something. So 1112 is going to show. If somebody doesn't have tinted windows and you have that street light right there, 1112 that camera's going to show who's in the front seat, any kind of structure, if there's a dent in the vehicle, any kind of patterns, because it's a really good camera shot, and it's a well-lit area on that corner, so it's going to have a pretty good picture of it when it comes to the vehicle supposedly being there, and that's the only way you can get in and out. So you have to go that way, whether you're leaving or going. And when you're leaving, I'm pretty sure you could get a pretty damn good picture of the back end and what the plate looks like. You may not be able to read the numbers, but you could definitely almost match it up when it comes to the shape of the numbers and the order that they're in. It's a pretty good camera angle in a very well-lit area right in that corner. Let me see here. We'll go ahead and keep going.
Surveillance footage. Can you imagine going through hours and hours of surveillance footage? How mind-numbing that would be.
You wouldn't, and that's what I mean. You wouldn't need to go through Pullman footage. You really don't. I don't think you would. Would you, Yoli? Say that there's like, there's a whole bunch of, there's like 51 terabytes of medical documentation, and only 10% of it is actually gonna be effective on when it comes to the path of whatever malpractice took place. Are you gonna go through the other 90% so what if your car's over in Pullman at 2:40 in the morning? So what?
Well,
are you gonna go through that footage?
I would.
Your alibi is already that you're driving around.
Because I'm so OCD, I probably would. But
if you didn't have time, everything's being rushed.
I would leave it up to the expert. I mean, the expert, like if I had a whole bunch of medical records and I had a doctor expert, which I have to have, the expert would know. I mean, I would kind of go through them, but if it was that much material, I would just focus on what occurred and, like lab work or whatever else was relevant with regard to malpractice, and then
the two blocks of around the property or something that would have.
Like that, yeah.
Right. What about you, Golf? You, Rosie, would you worry about the other 90% of footage and just focus on the 2 blocks area?
I would follow the PCA, definitely.
Yeah.
I would collect the PCA material. Because okay, where is that? Because it's in the PCA, and I would focus on that.
The 15-minute route.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't know how much they have to wade through. They're in the bushes because they gave them so much material. They're not going to say, between this and this minute, you'll find that.
Yeah, and file 34.
Yeah. So I'm sure they're going to have to wade through a lot of material that's irrelevant.
Just trying to
yeah,
order.
I mean, I would be scared not to go over it either, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's a little bit like you sort of have to.
You don't really want surprises either. I mean,
I don't want to miss anything.
If there's something in there and you missed it just because you didn't look, I think that would be really embarrassing.
It's like this. Like, yeah, the PCA for sure. But say they got footage and it's from Troy. It could, because all of this footage, when you're talking 51, there's got to be, and this is what I mean, they got to have cameras from frickin' Walmart, which isn't even by the PCA route. You're talking another 5 or 6 minutes down the road from where you turn on 270. It's a different direction out at that point. So they're not going to go through that. So, but you like that kind of footage, you maybe would, or
I think I would
organize it, even if it's Walmart. You still,
yeah, I think I would, but I would gather like, okay, Brian, tell me exactly where you were.
Yeah,
if you remember what times, and then I would follow that, and that's what she's trying to do, is gather camera from those times on her own, as far as I interpret what she was saying. So she's trying to gather that on her own and then compare it to what they have or something like that, right? But yeah,
It's unorganized, so
it's unorganized, but I mean,
they're still probably
do
going
you think
through it.
like they have footage of like Walmart for 3 hours, people coming and going, and he's like in the middle of it, or I don't know. It's
Probably.
hard to determine. I never done this before, but
Well,
I
think
could
about it
see
like this.
let it go.
Like they had him, like I think it's for the 2 days, or maybe even 3, or maybe even as much footage as they could get. Because when they're like saying, "Yeah, we got Koberger going to Albertsons on video," that means they collected that footage too, and they said, "Oh, here's Koberger. We got him on video here going to get some bananas." You know, like, oh shit, oh shit. So, like, I think it's for a couple days, and I wouldn't be surprised if if they went up to like a business and they're like, "Hey, how long does this go back?" It goes back a week and 2 days. All right, give it to us.
Yeah.
They just took it, whatever
I
they
see
could.
what you mean. Like if he was there checking it out, blah blah blah, before they, if they even checked, you know, because we don't know that they just like
There
got the
might even be
footage.
duplicates in there.
Yeah,
there has to be, and then it's subfolders and then
and a lot of
transferred
surveillance.
copies.
I think a lot of surveillance of Koberger, probably.
I mean, and you would have it because it's a small area, and really, you're not going anywhere other than Palm. Like, if you live in those 2 towns, you're not going anywhere else to get anything because you're driving out in the country for a while before you even make it to another city. And honestly, the other city that's right outside of Pullman is like this little rinky-dink town that's next to a mountain that has like 8 blocks to it, and then you don't see something else for another 2 hours. So I'm sorry, they probably only have 2 boxes of Quaker oatmeal at that fucking grocery store. You have a better shot of going and doing your shopping where you're at. So you're going to be going to Pullman to get your pizzas or your bananas at a grocery store, or going to get a gas at a gas station in each town, or even local eateries and stuff like that. These gotta be everywhere. It's so isolated over there. You could just piece anything together you wanted because of the isolation. Because really, if his habit is taking a drive, I could definitely see, like, you know, if you're gonna go for a drive, you're not gonna like because you're not driving north, because you're gonna hit fog and it's gonna be all through the night and through the morning, and it's dangerous as hell. So you're not gonna want it. That's you're like driving through a roller coaster. You don't know if there's, you know, what's 2 feet in front of you, and it's not fun. So I could see him, for like, if you're doing it to relax, I could see him going to Moscow, going south, like the route on the PCA, coming back up north. You just killed an hour. You just, you know, took up an hour. So if you're trying to just do a quick loop, you know, you want to settle down or calm down, that is easily a route to take, because you're not going to go drive 15 minutes one way and 15 minutes back and be like, okay, there we go. Maybe you would. Maybe it wouldn't take that long. But if somebody has a habit of driving around out in the middle of the night, to me, that says they're an insomniac, and they do that to try and settle down, because that's what you do to your baby. You know, if it's nighttime and they're having a hard time getting to sleep, and sometimes you take them out for a little cruise, and it just, you know, it settles them. It calms their nerves or whatever.
Yeah, I guess it depends on his routine as well. Like, I guess it's different for everybody.
I used to do it. I used to with when I started, because like I used to take prescription medication for anxiety and shit like that. Like 20 years ago is when I quit, because I felt like a zombie, and it made me feel not normal at all. That's just my experience. And so I wanted to find another way to deal with the anxiety. And so that's when I first started to try and manage and handle it without medication, that was what I used to do. Is I would go, out in Akron, you drive 15 minutes south and you're in cornfields and Amish country, and that's what I used to do late at night. Is I'd roll my windows down and just go for a cruise and not have a radio on, and that's why I would, if I was having a lot of anxiety, which I was, it was hard to manage, but as I started taking those drives at night, it always helped me calm down and help me get to sleep. Otherwise, I'd just be up all night tossing and turning. So I can see how it can.
It does sound very tranquil, actually.
Huh?
It does sound. I've never driven around at night, but it sounds. It actually sounds really relaxing. I guess it's something that's actually kind of common.
Yeah, out in the country, it's just you. It's dark. There's no city lights. You don't have the radio on. You hear the wind rustling against, the agriculture or whatever. It's just kind of like a white noise. You hear the wind blowing by your windows. You got the cool breeze coming in, or if it's wintertime, you just have the windows up and you're just driving out in the dark. And you don't have lights and all these other things going on, and I don't know. I always used to do it in the middle of the night. That's when people were like, "Oh my gosh, what the hell is that guy a crazy?" Because he was driving out in the middle of the night, and I'm sitting there going, "No, that's normal to me, because that's what I used to do to handle my anxiety." And hell, you imagine the addiction that he had when it comes to the H, right? I can see somebody like, what if they're having an urge? We all know how hard it is if anybody of us has family members or friends that struggle with the disease. We all know how hard it is for that person if they're trying to stay clean from that kind of substance. And I could definitely see somebody if they're getting, antsy or whatever. I just need to go for a drive, especially in a stressful situation. If you're getting yelled at from your professor and you got students saying that you're grading them too hard and they're confronting you, and the whole class is confronting you, and you're going through a stressful situation, and maybe you are getting close to that point where you might tip over the edge, and you just go for drives to make sure you don't get there. Definitely.
Oh, that would put me over the edge. Driving in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the night, I would freak out. Like, what if I get stuck out here? Who's gonna help me? Like, if I blow a tire, shit.
Well, there's your alibi, Golf. There's your alibi.
That would stress me out. You say like, oh, that relaxes you? No, not me. I am the opposite. I'm like, hell no. I'm staying in the city if I drive at night.
You just got to get one of them cars that has those tires that are like those flatless ones or whatever.
Sure, and then no
reception. Last for 50 miles.
No reception out there. Like, oh hell no, not me.
She sees the movie Jason on the side of the road.
I've seen too many movies to not do that. You're talking about it like, oh, it's the greatest thing on earth. I'm sitting here like I'm twitching.
Oh man, it's so peaceful. It's so peaceful.
Yeah, no, not for me.
It's so peaceful.
Yeah, sure. Not for me. Nope. I'll stay in the city. I want to see the bright lights.
Oh, no boat, no country. Forget that.
No, I like the country. Don't get me wrong. But if I go for a nighttime drive, it's going to be downtown. I'm sticking to it.
That's where the most danger is at.
I don't care.
Well, over here anyway, around. You go downtown. That's where the
call AAA. You got reception. Not a problem.
It's just tires that we're worried about.
Or anything,
Yeah, no. Right.
Well, if you live in the city,
hit an animal.
You don't go driving around in downtown. You just go out in the country, because otherwise, you probably got to bring your protection with you. Just saying, because you never know. stop signs don't exist downtown.
No.
Let's keep going.
Yeah, that's true, but I would still be twitching. For
Oh,
sure.
shoot. Oh, fuck. All right. Here we go.
What is it going to take to prepare a case like this?
It's going to require a huge team, first of all, and people that have designated tasks, such as just you're mentioning, right? People that start combing through, but have to be either, but also have to have legal training so that they know what they're looking for. You can't just have the trial lawyers do it; they'll never get through everything. But you can't just give it to an investigator, because there are issues, constitutional issues that may come up, whether it's Fourth Amendment issues. Primarily, right? Search and seizure, but you're also looking for evidence to be used in trial, whether it be impeachment of witnesses or whether it be evidence that it tends to negate some element that's in there. So all the people on the team have to have some legal training, but they're going to be spending weeks, if not months. The biggest case I've ever had was 4 terabytes. I can't begin to imagine what 51 terabytes looks like.
4 terabytes. Wow. Even 4 terabytes, that's still a lot of information. Jonna, preparing for a case like this, I mean, they do have experts. They've said that. They have investigators on the team, but it's still a lot of information to go through, even if you do have a large team working with you.
Yeah, it is. And because the case is so unique, as you mentioned, it's not one of those cases where, as a defense attorney, you would want to rush it through and exercise your client's right to a speedy trial with the hope that the state is going to be unable to get even more evidence to use against him. Now, that happens a lot. Like, sometimes we don't want to wait a year and a half, 2 years to try a case, because that just gives the prosecutor more time to prepare. But in this case, it seems like if they've got 51 terabytes of information, although I guarantee you some of that is repetitive and duplicates, but that means they've already got what they probably feel is enough to convict him in this death penalty case. So it only makes sense for the defense to say, give us all the time we need. It's no skin off your back. The defendant is incarcerated. He's not going to get out pending the trial in this case. So what harm is it if you give the defense all the time they need to go through all of this stuff? And while we're on the subject, also make sure you give the defense all of this stuff, because I know there are some fights about that as well.
Yeah, definitely. One of the things that I think is kind of interesting is the fact that, Judge has said, I just can't imagine setting something out that far into 2025. Like the thought of setting a trial out that far out into the future is just mind-boggling to him. But I think this is a really big case, and there's a lot to prepare on the defense side. So I don't find it that unusual, because I've seen cases that, frankly, have taken years, Bill, to get to trial. I mean, maybe nobody likes that, but that can sometimes happen in these big cases.
I mean, it was really possible that even though the prosecutors don't think they can be ready till spring, there's no question when the defense will be ready as well. The defense is not going to rush. I completely agree. That there is absolutely no reason for the defense to rush in this case, and nobody should be pushing the defense to rush in this case. This is a death penalty case. It's in a smaller community. There are limited resources. I know lots of resources are going into this, but the last thing that I think any prosecutor really should want is to have to try this case twice. And what I mean by that is making some error now, like pushing somebody to trial before they're actually ready, would be a mistake. It's going to get scrutiny along the way, all the way through, and this judge should find a way to sort of relax and understand this is absolutely rare, unique instance, and it just is going to take time.
Now, the next thing they discussed at
this
hearing
is real
was the
talk right here.
Investigative genetic genealogy that the FBI performed this work to identify a suspect in this case. And this has been really significant because they had nothing. I mean, they knew they had a white car they were looking for, after this happened. They put out the video or the picture of the white car, and they said, we're looking for a car of this model, Hyundai Elantra of this year. But other than that, they had nothing. I was out there, a few weeks after this happened. And then, they find out they've got this single source male DNA on the knife sheath, on the snap. It's not in CODIS. It's not in the system. So they turn it over to the FBI. The FBI starts building the family trees, and they do what they do. I don't know what they do, but they did it.
Classified.
And they say, hey, go look at this Koberger guy and figure out if this is your guy. And then it all kind of comes together in mid-December, and then they get an arrest December 29th. So the defense was allowed to look at some of this material, Jonna, which has been unprecedented. Typically, the defense does not get access to these materials, and they want their investigators, not their genetic genealogy experts, but their investigators, to be able to kind of look at this material as well. The state's like, you know what? You don't need to look at your investigators don't need to look at this. You've got experts. So why on earth should your people get to look at this? We've already given you a letter from the FBI. They kind of went through the sequence of what they did in this case. Why do you need all of this? The judge kind of agreed. He said he's open-minded to maybe revisiting the issue. But this is my theory. I think they want the investigators and everybody going through this, because I think they think if we can get that, if something went wrong in this process, if we can get that DNA, that identification tossed out, then maybe this whole thing falls apart.
And that's exactly what I said earlier. Golf, I want to thank you so much for hanging out tonight. I appreciate you taking your time out of your evening to come hang out with us again. Thank you for hopping in last night. It was a great show, and great show again this evening. And that's exactly what I was saying, what you just said. Oh, sorry.
I said bye,
good
Golf.
to see you.
Oh, you're on mute. Oh, she had to hop out already. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Golf. Appreciate you. That's exactly what I'm saying. She's trying to get them to say which I'm sorry if you give somebody like, yeah, we performed this and we did this. Okay, where's the homework? Just because you gave me a receipt doesn't mean I get to see the instruction book. I mean, doesn't mean I have the instruction booklet to the vacuum you just bought on this receipt. I need the homework. How can they do any investigative work if they don't? They just have a list, an outline of what they did. That's what they probably got when it came to the December 1st, was just the list. Okay, well, here, you didn't get this before. Here, they put a list together of what they did.
Yeah, I think their concern is also a lot to do with the order of things. You can have all of this information, but you kind of want to know what was it chronologically. Did it work backwards? Did it work forwards? How did this actually happen?
Yeah, I mean, there's no homework. They don't have it. I think the list that they got was probably somebody that was like, all right, you need to write down everything you can remember what we did, because they got rid of everything. And that would probably include the list of everything you did. So I would think the list that they got handed on December 1st was a list of somebody that was remembering what the processes were. And it was probably the lead person of whatever lab was doing the work. And they were the ones that were assigned to come up with, write down everything that you just performed. Kind of like after I'm done doing a show, write down each topic that you went through in order and go off of memory, kind of thing.
Probably is something like that, which, I mean, is that reliable?
It can be. It's an excuse. It's the defense saying, look at this letter. This is the letter that was sent to whoever during the process of it, that, this is the list of what they did. And that's all it is. It's like the tip. It's like the FBI, like here, we did all this work. Here's the tip. And that's all they want to use. And if to say that you're just using the piece of paper with Brian Christopher Koberger, that's not enough for IGG.
No.
Not even for
No,
a jury. Nobody can.
I
How
mean,
could
I wouldn't
anybody?
expect so, but
How can anybody convict anybody on a DP if it just has a piece of paper that has their name on it, and then the outline of the work that was performed? It still doesn't show the whole list of all the numbers that the investigators can look at and say, yeah, this test was only ran like 12 times, and there's I don't know how you could get the numbers off of 12 tests, because you hear all these experts that talk about IgG, and they talk about, I mean, the tests are just crazy, the amount of tests that they have to run. And you can't run a test off of a test that's already been ran, because then the results aren't even, they're diluted. So you're not even getting.
I mean, I honestly don't understand a lot about this or IgG stuff. I find it really confusing. But I mean,
it's an art. It's not even a science.
Yeah.
You're manipulating DNA. It's incomplete DNA profiles that I compare it to a tire that has a bunch of holes in it, and you're getting fix-a-flat, which is not part of the tire, right? So it's not that part of the profile, and you're filling in the holes to try and make it a tire again, which the tire is the profile. So you're manipulating the tire,
someone on our streets,
to get, and it's
Yeah, there's so many steps involved. We had that video where it showed how many steps you need to go through, and if you screw up on one of the steps, screw it all up.
Yeah, and with 20 skin cells, how many tests are you running? They already said it takes a couple skin cells to run a test. So you ain't even getting 20. You ain't even getting 20. You're lucky if.
And I don't know about that Obram lab. Obram or
Ortham, yeah, Ortham.
Yeah. It's like it went there too, and they didn't finish their work, and then it went to the FBI. So yeah, the specimen, the DNA specimen, has been traveling a lot.
Yeah.
It gets degraded after a while.
I don't know. I just hope this shit don't get censored in some way when it comes to trial time, because this shit needs to be out in the open, because if people are going to try and do this to somebody when it comes to truth and justice, they need to be held accountable as much as they would want to be held accountable if they won while they're shaking their hand holding their trophy. You want to be just as accountable there, you better be just as accountable when it comes to shitting a brick too. Because
especially if it's going to set precedent for other cases, if it's handled one way and then they start doing it in other cases and they're referencing this one and it's a flawed way to do it, but it just catches on, I think quite dangerous,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know a lot about the law, but I think that is a risk.
Mm-hmm. How many other crimes have been solved? Yeah. I mean, it's like when I compared the Mark Carver case. If nobody knows about it, look up Mark Carver. The gentleman was fishing with his cousin a couple hundred yards away when Ellie came up to a vehicle that had a female that was unalived in the vehicle. And they went and interviewed the fisherman, which was this gentleman, Mark Carver, and his cousin. And then after they shook hands, the officer went to the vehicle and touched the doorknob of the door to open the door. And then that was the only touch DNA they found. And then he was being charged. Him and his cousin were being charged for the crime. And the cousin died from a heart attack the day before the trial. And the gentleman, Mark Carver, was convicted of the crime and then over a decade later was exonerated based off of the same DNA that was used to convict him in a court of law. It's fucking scary. Touch DNA. Like, the dude just came over there, interviewed the officer, and shook his hand, and next thing you know, him and his cousin are getting charged.
So sad.
Yeah. So this better be transparent because this shit's dangerous. And you're setting precedents. So this is the new interview from Steve G. Quit playing the delay game. See what I mean? These families, it's not a delay game. It's called the prosecution ain't trying to give the shit up, or they're just waiting. They're the ones that are delaying the prosecution. Either admit you don't have it or you can't get it instead of gaslighting the court and the community by saying it's coming when you know it's not. You just know you don't have a case if you don't have it, and that's why you're stalling. That's just my opinion. It's probably something to do with Hex. You know what Hex is. And it's not, that business can't be doing too good right now if it's based off of crypto. It's not doing too good. All right, families, quit playing the delay game.
Joining me tonight, especially after putting out that really difficult statement today. In court on Wednesday, you and your wife, Christy, were visibly upset. That must have been a really tough hearing to come out of.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit used to the delays and the tactics that are being used. So we're trying to understand that we don't, you don't get justice in one day. You got a process to go through.
It's hard though, right? Finding that sweet spot. This is a death penalty case. You want to get it right. You definitely don't want something to be overturned on appeal because they hurried this thing through. But from your perspective, you don't know anything. I mean, this is different because there's this gag order. Is that part of the biggest issue? Is that you're just being kept so much in the dark for so long?
Well, I understand that there's a massive amount of evidence against this guy, and I feel like the rules are changing. There was a time where an eyewitness was the best kind of evidence you could have. Nowadays, a cell phone and a car and surveillance, that's not memory. That's actual physical proof that an individual was at the crime scene during the time. And we're getting to that point where, you got a defense that's overwhelmed with so much evidence that they're having a hard time defending it. And there's never going to be enough time for them. There's never going to be enough time for them to be prepared for the amount of evidence that they've been, dropped on them. I mean, terabytes of data has been dropped on their head. The whole world responded to this case, and they all came forward. And I think they're going to be overwhelmed with the amount of evidence that they have against their client, and it could take them lifetimes to prepare for this.
Sure. Yeah. And so what usually happens, and of course, this is a road you've never tread before. You're having to learn it, and there's no guidebook. But what usually happens?
Well, you guys have to understand, we're not looking at it and we're not watching the trial with the emotions that Steve G has, and to say that you can't include emotions into your decisions and thinking process is not real, because when you have a victim that, a daughter that's a victim, you're automatically going to think with emotion. There's no way that you cannot. We're human. It's just how it is. So I think, they're interesting takes, and it seems like he's blaming the prosecution, or the defense, but really, I don't know. I don't think it's hard. I think this is where the I don't know. Maybe it's just my opinion, but I don't feel like there's they don't have time to go through the evidence that they have right now. We're just talking video, and I just explained, like, they're not going to go through. I wouldn't go through the video at Walmart, but maybe they are. But when it comes to the evidence, I'm sure with what they have with the IgG, I'm sure with what they have with the CAS data, their experts are going to tear the shit out of it. And I don't think that they have a problem defending Koberger when it comes to the evidence. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to show that the prosecution doesn't have it before they start the trial, so then at the last minute they drop a bunch of IgG information, which then they can't have their experts in time do it before that trial. And I think that's why she included that in what they were talking about yesterday, that she doesn't want that to happen. She doesn't want September to come, or the trial date to be set, and then 3 days before the trial starts, all of a sudden the IgG information drops in their inbox, because that wouldn't be fair. And so I think I don't think it would, like, if she's saying that her team has gone through it extensively and they're trying to, even the CAS data, right? How hard would that fucking be to look at, right? The CAS data that you got in the discovery, how hard is that? Like, really, when you think about it, it's going to have a map. It's going to show you the locations. It's going to show you the pings. It's going to show you like what else. It's not like you have to run a shit ton of tests. It's not like you have to, you might have to do that with with the phone records and all that stuff on your own end with your expert. But really, the stuff that you got from the prosecution, I wouldn't think it would be very hard at all to go through the CAS data that you got in the discovery. So if you're having a hard time trying to see the connection there as well, well, then how hard would it be to defend your client in a case? Because wouldn't your experts tear the shit out of it? Something has to be going on. That's just what makes sense to me.
As you get deep into this process, especially in a death penalty case, is eventually prosecutors
just
consider
emotion.
talking to families about a deal. They typically don't do a deal before they get the families, feelings and thoughts and weigh how families feel.
A deal.
Has there been any effort at this point for prosecutors to say, look, we could put them away tomorrow. We could end all of this. The death penalty is what's going to take this time. Has there been any inkling towards the potential of maybe striking a deal, taking death off the table for a conviction?
You know what? Idaho's still small. And when you hurt our family, when you kill our children, it still matters. And all the way to Brad Little, we've talked with people that actually have stepped up and said, hey, we are going to make sure that this individual is held to the highest Supreme Court level that we possibly can.
Yeah, kick cats and Hot Wheels.
There probably is those thoughts, but nobody's around to even hear them, because they know I'm not going to listen to that. I'm not here to compromise on my daughter's name. We are going to go for the ultimate level of accountability. I mean, we're talking about people that were in their bed, and if we believe the affidavit, this individual looked at somebody and said, I'm here to help you. If that's not cruel, if that's not disgusting, when that person could have turned around and left the crime scene, but he said, I'm here to help you, and chased that person down, there's gotta be a line.
Whoa. Hold on a minute. Right, Yoli? Chase them down?
See,
What? I thought it was to finish off because you heard the whimpering, and that's what DM stated right before. She said somebody said that. Chase them.
Oh my goodness.
What?
You know, I feel like, well, I shouldn't say how I feel, but
say it.
Well,
Freeze. That's a fucking freeze, man.
yes, I feel that he is wanting so hard to tell what he knows that it's just leaking out of him. It's somehow just it's overflowing, and he's trying to not give out information, but I feel like it's just seeping out of him, like, because he's always saying something about what happened, you know, that last time she was trapped, and you know, I feel like he knows the whole story and he's trying to keep it in, but it's just leaking out of his pores because he can't handle it. I would be. Anyway, that's what I want to say.
Whoa, yeah. Rosie?
Can we listen to that again?
Oh, yeah, damn straight. We might listen to it 3 more times. Whoa. Hold on a minute. I'm going to go back to where she asked this question here. Hold on. Holy shit.
Is those thoughts.
What?
But nobody's around to even hear them because they know I'm not going to listen to that.
Okay.
I'm not here to compromise on my daughter's name. We are going to go for the ultimate level of accountability. I mean, we're talking about people that were in their bed, and if we believe the affidavit, this individual looked at somebody and said, I'm here to help you.
Believe that.
If that's not cruel, if that's not disgusting, when that person could have turned around and left the crime scene, but he said, I'm here to help you, and chased that person down.
What the fuck?
There's gotta be a line that we write as society and say, no more, no more.
Chase, I mean, if you believe the affidavit, where does it say in the affidavit that they chased him down? And it sounds to me like it's a nugget. Because hold on, let's go right back to it. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, let's go. If they chased him down, he said, I heard him say, if you believe the affidavit, it doesn't state he chased him down. It states there was whimpering and crying. And then the voice, a male voice, I'm here to help you. I always took that as somebody's like, oh, shoot, I didn't finish it a few minutes ago. Here, I'm here to help finish it so you're not in any more pain.
The affidavit, this individual looked at somebody and said, I'm here to help you. If that's not cruel, if that's not disgusting, when that person could have turned around and left the crime scene, but he said, I'm here to help you, and chased that person down.
No, he said, I'm here to help you, and chased that person down. We're here to help you. Holy shit, hold on. This is
looked at somebody and said, I'm here to help you. If that's not cruel.
Now looked at somebody and said, I'm here to help you. I'm here to help you. Yeah, I know he's saying that because that's what I'm referring to, lady. D, about the statement in the PCA, and that's how I always took I'm here to help you, is not that somebody was chasing somebody down, that somebody was probably on the second floor first, the person didn't make any noise because they were in shock. He went upstairs to do the crime, came back downstairs and was like, shit, I hear somebody, I didn't finish it. Let me go back in there, and to make her calm down because she knows her life is about to end anyway, he says, look, I'm here to help you, and then finishes so she doesn't have to suffer anymore. And then that's why you see DM make the statement that she saw the person with bushy eyebrows walk past her, not because that was, I have a feeling that the second room was first, and you're still going to have the same statement from DM If the room, because who says the reason that the dog didn't make noise upstairs wasn't because there was action in the room below the frickin' dog,
Is that
and they
not
went
possibly
upstairs.
is that not his
Hmm?
interpretation, the chasing someone down because of the outcome?
I don't know. He's said a lot. He's given us a lot of nuggets over time that's been very
Yeah.
beneficial. Yeah. I wonder if he knows that, because that's not in the PCA.
Yeah, and he says that's what he's basing it on. So I'm wondering.
I mean,
like,
go ahead.
No, I'm still wondering. That's all.
Oh, I'm just like, if why would I come to the conclusion all this whole time since the PCA, why would I come to this conclusion that somebody said that to help finish somebody's pain they didn't finish in the first place because they thought they did, but they didn't until they came back downstairs.
Yeah.
Other than,
I mean,
where would if this was in the PCA, why would I think that then? I would think, yeah, they chased him. And what's crazy is oh my gosh, you guys remember that guy that we watched the interview where oh my gosh, he was like from Fox News or something. Do you guys remember the interview from the very beginning when he was talking about Koberger? And he said also in the PCA, remember that one of the victims was chased.
Boy,
you guys remember that video? Oh my gosh, Caddy, you got to remember what I'm talking about. Detective, you have to remember. Remember that gentleman that was standing in front of the courthouse and it was like half comedy, half freaking, oh my gosh. Can somebody send me that? Because he says it too, don't he? Doesn't he say somebody was chased too? Because I remember saying something like, where's it say that in the PCA?
Gosh, I don't remember.
Oh my
That was
god.
before my time.
No, it wasn't Yoli. Because
No?
we've played it we've played it a couple times. Yes, Detective. We played it a couple times in the last couple months. Oh my gosh, yeah, because that guy's, I swear he said that somebody was chased too, because I remember, I don't
But
know,
was
my
he-
Rolodex heads, it's sitting there like it just stopped on the card and said, yeah, I said this before. And then I looked at my Rolodex card and it's telling me Fox News dude standing in front of Latah County Courthouse.
I do sort of remember it.
Oh my gosh. If
Was he not
anybody
referring
remembers to send it to me.
Mortensen being chased?
He was referring, I can't remember. I just remember, because this is why my mind paused, because it was like, I said this before. And it was the same thing. Like, whoa, wait a minute. I didn't read that in the PCA. Where's he getting this? Now I'm hearing Steve say this. Oh my gosh. Can somebody, does anybody have it, please?
Ted Williams.
Ted Williams. Shit.
I vaguely remember it now.
Oh, we got to play it, because I got to play that and I got to play what he's saying, because I got to see how close this is. Oh my gosh, I wish. Yeah, if anybody can, I'm going to try and look. Ted Williams? Is that his name? What's his name? Ted Williams? Ted Williams. Okay, let me try and find it too. Ted Williams. Koberger. It was a couple days after the PCA came out. For some reason, my mind's telling me like 1-7 or 1-9. 1-7 or 1-9. Ted Williams, Koberger. I'll just put PCA. Oh, please, 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 please. I know if I see the thumbnail, I'll know exactly. And I can't see chat, so if anybody can see chat, let me know if somebody in chat finds it. I'm scanning. Oh, I hope it has the thumbnail of him standing there, because then that's the only way I'm going to be able to notice it. Oh, damn. Sorry, everybody. I'm trying. You know, I cover other cases.
Of course.
Yeah. I can't find everything. My Idaho4 folder is nuts. I know I have it saved somewhere, but man, is this it? Law enforcement? Nope, that's not it. He's not standing. He's standing in front of Latah County Courthouse. Is the interview with Ted Williams? Nope, that's in front of the house. It's in front of the Latah County Courthouse. Let me see. No, that's not it. Okay, I might have to go to my Idaho folder because I'm scrolling through when I looked up Ted Williams Koberger PCA and I don't see it. So it might have a thumbnail that I'm not recognizing because I don't remember anything other than him standing in front of the courthouse. And I thought maybe that might be on the thumbnail. I'm not seeing it. Let me go to my Idaho folder. This might take a minute. Let me go back to chat, see if anybody
I think people in chat are just asking if we can finish this video while we try and look.
hold on. Yeah, hold on. Fox News, Ted Williams. Yeah, hold on.
If that's not, we are going to go for the ultimate level of accountability. I mean, we're talking about people that were in their bed, and if we believe the affidavit, this individual looked at somebody and said, "I'm here to help you." If that's not cruel, if that's not disgusting, when that person could have turned around and left the crime scene, but he said, "I'm here to help you," and chased that person down, there's got to be a line that we write as society and say, no more, no more. We are going to stand our ground. In Idaho, we are standing our ground on this case, and we're going to hold this guy
I can understand that.
to the highest.
I can understand it. I can understand how you feel a deal would not be an option for you. I have about 10 seconds left, but I do have to ask, has anybody even mentioned it to you?
No, I don't think that that would be a conversation that they would even try with me.
Steve, you know, we keep meeting under these circumstances. I am hoping for the best for you and your family. You deserve justice. You deserve to have this nightmare behind you. And there's really never closure, but you deserve whatever closure you can get. Thank you for speaking tonight. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for your coverage. I really appreciate it.
My God, those girls.
Yeah, it was really just like another 30 seconds. It wasn't much. Where is that? I'm gonna find it. And I'm gonna keep this one up too, because we're gonna go play what he said on this interview and then play what Steve said, Steve said again. Oh man. It's been a while too since I played it. Ted Williams. And this is one of those times where it's just going to be a minute. Usually, I thought with Fox News Ted Williams, Koberger PCA, it would have popped up pretty quick. And I know it was a couple days right after. It's daytime. He's standing in front of Latah County Courthouse. And it was, let me see. Well, that's the beautiful thing about edits. You can just cut this out. I wish I could. Normally, we could just look it up and we already have it, but for some reason, it's a little tricky for this one. So I'm already back 2 months ago in my folder, so I think it should be coming up here. Because it was a couple months ago. We played it a couple times. You think you have it, Diana? Here, I can't see chat. Let me see. I think I have it. I just looked down real quick. The only one. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, I was gonna play that tonight, but we'll get into that tomorrow night. Okay, Beckles. Shout out Jay for Justice. Yeah, that was one of the things we were gonna get into tonight. Let me see. I'm not worried about that, Amber. I don't associate with greedy individuals that manipulate their community. Sorry, I've already explained that. Actually, I almost puked in my mouth a little bit just seeing that. Said she would say, yeah, go ahead and I'm not worried about that video. Shit. Fuck. I don't associate with that kind. Well, you should go watch my video on greed. You should go watch my video. And I'm sorry. Somebody that wants to attack this community and say that this community is a bunch of flat earthers, you can kiss my ass. And if that's who you want to support, then go ahead and go, because I don't give a shit. I don't associate with pieces of shit on YouTube like that. So if you support them that much, go ahead and just bounce, because I'm not down with it. You can hang out with somebody that treats their community like shit. It's disgusting. All right, Diana sent something here. Hold on. Nope, that's not it. He's standing in front of Latah County Courthouse, Diana. That's in front of the property.
Maybe it's been removed from the internet.
No, it's not removed. I'm going to go back to looking through my folder here.
I've also been looking.
He's standing and it's daytime. There's he's standing in front of Latah County Courthouse, and you can see cars going around behind him.
I'm starting to remember now.
Yeah, because I remember stopping and I'm going, where does it say that in the PCA? I ain't never heard that. But he was talking.
This is not going to help at all.
He was, well, I mean, you guys can hop off. I'm going to stay live until I can find this damn thing, because I can just edit. So I'm going to find it, because there's Because I remember going like, "Whoa, where does it say that?" And then but he was like saying all this other crazy shit, like he was trying to
Yeah.
make it dramatic or
Yes,
whatever,
yes, I do
and
remember
it was that's why I attributed him saying that they got chased as it being dramatic.
Yes, I'm starting to remember. Yes, yes, it's coming to me.
Let me see here. Is this it?
What I was saying was, I don't think it'll help jog your memory or whatever, but I seriously remember that there was a discussion about a tie
This is
before we got to that video.
Cracking up.
I think this is it. I think this is it. Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
I do want to get to the latest on another story that we have been following. This is out of Idaho, where the man accused of fatally stabbing 4 university students in mid-November does remain jailed
January
on 4 counts
7th.
of murder. And
Oh my gosh, January 7th. I said 17 or 19. See, I told you this Rolodex fucking
thank
mind,
you so
yo.
much for being here. We
Oh,
appreciate
shit.
it.
Oh shit.
I do remember this.
Information
This is
revealed
it.
in that
17, baby.
affidavit. Tell me exactly what stood out to
I
you.
love my mental. Here we go. Here we go.
That affidavit
Thank you,
was
Diana.
riveting. It was shocking.
Yep.
It contained a great deal of information.
This is
and I
it.
can tell you that we received since that affidavit additional information.
Yep.
And here's what we know. That is on November the 13th, that Brian Kohlberger, a PhD student at the University of Washington, entered the home where the 4 students were sleeping through a back entrance. As he got in the home, he encountered 2 of the students, Ethan and Zanny, and he wound up killing those 2 students.
Second
he then
floor
went
first.
up the stairs where Maddie and Kelly were sleeping together, and he wound up killing those 2 students. At that scene of where Maddie and Kelly was, he left a tan knife sheet as he was leaving. He came down the stairs and he came face to face with
face to
one
face.
of the students who survived this carnage. She says that she looked at him, he looked at her. She could see that he was dressed in dog clothing with a semi-mask over his face. She could see his eyebrows were burly. He said something to her, and then he left out that back door in which he came. That is what law enforcement was initially faced with. The student, and for some unknown reason, did not report this incident for about 8 hours. When
know,
law
I didn't
enforcement
either.
got there, they found this very, very gruesome, bloody crime scene. They started their investigation. What they found through video was that there was a white car, and they specifically described the white car as a Hyundai Elantra automobile. On November the 25th, they put an all-point bulletin out to law enforcement. On November the 29th, a Washington State University police officer notified law enforcement that a vehicle registered to a Brian Kohlberger was at a certain location. And it was at that time that they became laser focused on Brian Kohlberger as a potential suspect in the killing of these 4 University of Idaho students. They did a cell phone search, and they were able to show that Brian Kohlberger's cell phone pinged at least 12 times in the area where these students were killed. They were also able to show that Brian Kohlberger, they believe, came back to the scene after having killed these students. They continued to search and conduct their investigation, and part of their investigation was to let Brian Kohlberger drive that automobile from the state of Washington back to his home in Pennsylvania. At that stage, they were able to conduct and collect DNA, and they were able to show a nexus, a direct connection between Brian Kohlberger's DNA and the knife sheath that was found at the scene. At that time, they arrested Brian Kohlberger. They've confiscated the white vehicle. They are doing a scrub of that white vehicle. Brian Kohlberger, at this stage, waived extradition back here to Moscow, Idaho. Brian Kohlberger went before a judge where he was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and where he faced the death penalty or life in prison if found guilty. Brian Kohlberger sits in a jail cell, right in the jail that's over my shoulder. These are some of the things that we found out about this case at this immediate time.
So one thing that you mentioned, of course, was the cell phone that did ping in that area about 12 times. What does that indicate? Does it sound like maybe he was stalking one or all of these victims, or just that he was in Moscow in general?
No, it sounds like he was laser focused on the house with these 4 victims. It could be considered tantamount to stalking, but when we look at the fact that the Moscow Police Department has put out that one or more of the victims in this house was targeted, it is my belief that once Brian Kohlberger entered on that second floor, and once he killed Zanny and Ethan, if they were the targets, he would have then left. But he didn't leave. He went up to the 3rd floor. So it's more likely than not that one of the girls on the 3rd floor, either Madison or Kelly, was in fact Brian Kohlberger's target.
So at this point, one of the big questions that just about everyone is asking is a motive, because we learned so much information in that affidavit. But at this point, we don't really 100% know the motive, and that's a question that could linger for a while.
It could linger for a while, or we may very well never know the motive in this case. In light of the fact that when you go, when this case is presented to a jury, that is certainly something that a jury would want to know. Law enforcement, if they know the motive, they've not shared that with the public yet. But I have a feeling that law enforcement, if they believe that the case, that there was a targeted individual in that home, that they clearly believe that they know the motive, and at the right and appropriate time will release that information.
Yeah, so many questions about this one. We also learned, as you mentioned in the affidavit, that he essentially came face to face with one of the roommates who did survive. So to hear that he walked right by her and apparently didn't injure her in any way, what does that indicate? Does that indicate a targeted attack?
Well, it indicates that that person, that student, that surviving student was not his target. Because if she was in fact his target, and by the way, there was one other roommate that was in the house at the time. She was on the 1st floor. If either one of those two was the target of this killer, he certainly would have possibly killed them also. So that tells me that he specifically had someone in mind as he went in that home to kill.
All right, Ted Williams, Fox News contributor.
Maybe I just, because he said he went to the 2nd floor first, and I was like, it doesn't say that in the PCA. That's the only thing I can think of.
You know,
my mind went to, I was like, well, I said that before.
Well, you know what? I remember though that this.
I thought he said
Okay,
something about
he
Mr.
was
Chase.
he may have been near the home when he was talking about this, but I do remember that this man said something about Chase. And I don't know, but I could be wrong. I mean,
Let's
it's
do
late.
this. Is it this one, Yoli? Here. I got Let me play one more here. It's got a commercial. Let's see. How do I go full screen? Share this tab, full screen, and I just got 16 seconds of it. And it's not because I don't have YouTube Premium. It's because it's on a foxnews.com article video. So unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about that. Here we go.
Details right now
Is
on
it this one?
why and how was authorities seized on Kohberger as the culprit and maybe the mastermind behind these 4 murders in Idaho about 7 weeks ago, including in his first court appearance, reports right now that the suspect's DNA was found on a knife sheath left at the house, tied again to Brian Kohberger. Ted Williams is out there right now in Moscow, Idaho, following all of this very, very close.
I could have swore he
Trying to
said
connect
Chase.
the dots as only he can. Ted, there's a lot of curious stuff that connects Kohberger to these killings. We don't know, whether that's you.
Does this look like the one that you're
it's the one that he was in the back of the house, but let's see what he says here, because I'm not 100%.
Personally the case, but what are you learning? What intrigues you?
Well, Neil, good morning, my friend. I can tell you we have some chilling new details from newly released court documents. We know that on the morning of November 13th, in the rear of this house, Brian Kohberger entered through a back door. He was first met and encountered by Ethan and Zanny. He wound up killing them, stabbing them to death. Then he went up to the 3rd floor where Maddie and Kelly was sleeping, and he wound up stabbing them to death. He had a tan sheet that he left at the body of Madison. He came back down the stairs, and it was at that time, Neil, that he was confronted by one of the students who survived this carnage. She says that she saw a man dressed in black with a face mask and that she stood frozen. And he said something to the help, "Don't worry, I'm here to help you." And then he went out that back door and he left the area. And Neil, what we've learned from the documents is that he at one time or another returned to this area. But I can tell you, there was good police work in catching this guy, because what happened is they, on November the 25th, they put an all-point bulletin out to law enforcement. A Washington State police officer in Pullman, Washington, saw a white vehicle that they were looking for and alerted them. And as a result of them looking at that white vehicle, they were laser focused on Brian Kohberger. I stand to be corrected. They wound up following him across country to Pennsylvania to his home. They got DNA, and they were able to get to show that that DNA was also left on the knife sheet that was left by the body of one of the students. Neil, they have a very, very tight case. And one of the things they were able to show is that, as I said, he returned, Neil, to this crime scene after he murdered these 4 students.
You've always reminded me in our many discussions on these type of incidents, these are rare, to be fair, Ted, but that's often something that not just the stuff of TV, series, where the murderer returns to the scene or goes back to the scene. Why is that?
Neil, it's hard to explain, and sociologists and psychiatrists have studied this for centuries, where even in fires, where someone sets a fire, at some stage or another, they will go back to the scene. This is unexplained, just, Neil, as the motive in this is unexplained. The law enforcement out here told us that someone was targeted, Neil. We still don't know who was the target. But when I put this together, I thought about the fact that if Zanny and Ethan were the target, there would have been no reason to go to the 3rd floor. but he did go to the 3rd floor and kill those 2 students on the 3rd floor. So therefore, it's more likely than not that one of those students on the 3rd floor was in fact the target.
So we know of DNA or potential DNA that ties him to one of the victims. To all 4 of the victims then, or what are we learning?
Well, from what I've been told from one of my sources, that there's a great deal of DNA that has not been released. And it is my belief that they're going to release additional DNA that will show that he is, in fact, the one who stabbed these students to death. There is no beyond any reasonable doubt.
You know, Ted, there was that infamous traffic stop. What do we know about that? Where we're learning, you know, that Brian Kohberger
You
and
found
his
it,
dad in
Caddy?
the car. What were police doing there? What did they suspect? What was the reason for the stop in the first place?
Well, the stop, from what we was told, is that authorities are here in Idaho.
Former homicide detective and Fox News contributor Ted Williams is live on the ground outside the house in Moscow, Idaho. Ted, I've been watching your reporting out there today, and you're really giving us some insight into the lay of the land here and which areas are blocked off and what kind of work they're doing there right now. What can you tell us, Ted?
Well, I can tell you that in the last few minutes, Martha, there's been some developments here where law enforcement is here on the crime scene, and they are blocking off the crime scene. What they're doing at the crime scene here is that they are broadening the crime scene. There's crime scenes tape up around the home, and what we're now finding is that part of the parking lot itself is being broadened off as part of the crime scene. Now, earlier I had spoken about the area of the crime scene, that the leaves and everything back here were rather undisturbed. And I spoke about the fact that...
Look at that. You got the crime scene going all the way around that side, but it's cutting off a great chunk of the parking lot. That doesn't make sense.
The killer or killers very well could have come out of what we have as a rear door back here.
Right there.
We don't really know that they did, but if they did,
look at how close
they
you
wanted
are.
to get rid of their weapon, the knife that was used to kill these 4 young people, they could have dumped that knife anywhere back here. So I would have to believe at some stage or another, law enforcement is going to perform a grid search of this area just to clear it. I'm not saying that the murder weapon is back here, but primarily to make a determination if there's any physical evidence back here. Martha, this was a very gruesome murder scene, according to the medical examiner. According to the medical examiner, there was actually blood on the walls. And I can tell you, if we pan over, we're looking at the 2nd and 3rd story of this home. And as you look, these are the 2 sections where the bodies were supposed to have been found, on the 2nd and 3rd floor.
Whoa.
Now, it is believed that there were 2 surviving individuals here that was on the 2nd floor. I stand to be corrected, on the 1st floor of this home. Those individuals, 9 hours later, a call was put into law enforcement. Now, it is my understanding that before law enforcement arrived, that those individuals may have called others that came to this scene, meaning other civilians. The problem with that is there's always a concern of contamination of this scene. So all of these things are going on right now. But as we speak, law enforcement is here cordoning off this area, widening the area.
Yeah. Ted, you know, there are just so many questions here. Do the police, and I'm going to talk to one of the nearby police captains in just a moment, but have they let anything any knowledge come out about whether or not they believe this is someone who knew these victims, or whether or not they think this is some sort of outside serial killer crazed person? Is there any indication of which way this is leading right now?
No, the one nugget that they gave us early on is that law enforcement believes that this was a targeted killing of these young 4 students. And so as a result of that, one of the things that we've tried to establish, and we don't know, and we've tried to get it from law enforcement, is do they actually know who was actually targeted here, Martha? And second of all, what was the focus and the motive for targeting that one person? We don't know if it was any of the individuals that were killed here or the 2 surviving individuals.
Ted, thank you very much. It's, it is such a tragic case, and there are so many questions, and you're giving us a very good look at the back of it. You can almost see how you could go through the back in some ways, and you would be at level ground, because the house drops off a lot down near the parking area and goes down to that first floor that apparently was undisturbed in this crime. But, Ted, thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Do you want to comment on that?
Let me say, if I could say this quickly.
Please.
We are making news here because all of a sudden we are seeing that law enforcement is on the scene, and they're expanding the area of the crime scene itself. They've just put up new crime scene tape.
All right. I don't think he says it either. Isn't this interesting? 2 things I want to point out real quick. Number one, doesn't that look like the cop outfits in the Banfield? The Ridge jacket with the tan pants? To me, that looks like Banfield. And also 2 things another thing I want to point out. Look at this. See how they in the very far back to the left of this group standing there? See how that crime scene tape goes all the way down? So they have the crime scene tape going all the way down the other side of the parking lot. But look at where they're cutting off the parking lot.
Is that they are broad.
So they're setting up crime scene tape, and watch. Look at where can you guys see it in the bottom? Hold on. Look at how much of the parking lot they're cutting off.
Yeah.
Like, that's ridiculous. So when you look, we're going to look for it. Meet me back here. I'm going to have a notification out. I'll probably put it out in the morning sometime. If I don't do it tonight, I might be able to do it quick tonight. It's pretty late. But when you're looking at this from the bird's eye, right? And I'm gonna use Google Earth to show you guys exactly where they cut off this crime scene, and how ridiculous this looks. So I'm gonna share this. Let me see if it shows it good. Okay. So this is the crime scene tape. Going here, then it's going back down here. Going here. This is their crime scene. Okay, and then it's going here, and basically it's being cut off right there. You have all this other area to search, especially in these trees behind your crime zone tape. Who says the knife wasn't tossed? You know what I mean? Like, there's so much more to search. Why are you just searching that little area?
Interesting.
That is very short-sighted.
Yeah. You're cutting off. I never understood why the crime scene tape. Honestly, if it was me, I would have put it
the whole town
right here. I would have looked, all through this whole freaking area. I would have had my crime scene tape up. Like all over here. For at least at first. First.
Yeah, I mean, that makes more sense. Oh, I don't know.
And then they're just standing there talking. All right. Man, we had, it was like long ass show tonight, but it was a good one. Man, it's a bummer we couldn't find it. I could have swore he said that they chased him too.
I still think he said it, but he said I don't know. I could be wrong.
Maybe it's
it is
just
familiar. Or...
And maybe I just thought of the one January 7th video because he stated that they went to the second floor first, and I was like, whoa, I didn't hear that in the PCA.
Yeah.
So it might have been that too. I don't know. I feel like he did say that one of the victims was chased, and it had to do with, I'm here to help. But yeah, let's look for it. We'll meet back tomorrow night, 7:30 Eastern. We'll have another evening, and I might pop on for a little bit. I'm going to try again. I still have some other things I need to do and things I need to mail. And then after that, I'm going to try, because I need to do like a daytime show where we cover some of these other missing children cases and stuff like that. So I will try. It'll be a last minute if I do, but I'll definitely be back tomorrow night no matter what, 7:30 Eastern. So even if you don't get a notification, you always know I'm going to be here. So just come check, even if you don't get one. Thank you to all the guests. Thank you, Golf Inspector. Thank you, Silky. Thank you, Yoli. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you all for hopping on tonight and hanging out with us. And we'll be going through this again tomorrow night.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. We'll be doing that Kopaka and the 2 frat boys. So if you have anything, drop it in the Idaho4 info drop if you're part of the Everyone community chat for the show.
When you say the 2 frat boys, do you mean the 2 Davids?
Yes, I do, Yoli.
All right.
Yep. So if anybody's part of the Everyone community chat, you'll see the Idaho4 info drop. Just drop it in there, and we'll use it for tomorrow night's show. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you, and we will see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
And I got to say, contribution call out. Hold on one second. I got to do a contribution call out. Hold on one second. We missed it, but I'm not missing it. I want to say, Lady D1, I2, good job to you. Thank you so much. And please be safe at the rally tomorrow. Contribution call out. Thank you for your $10 super chat. I appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much. Now we can go. Thank you, lady. I appreciate you. Good night, everybody.